Mm.
I have enough confidence in the things that I know. I have enough wisdom to see the logic will be shown. I got one chance to show you what I got. I got one chance to show I'm confident or not. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, and the fools are running away. It's not what you say, it's only what you can prove. You better watch your step, you better mind your P's and Q's. You got one chance, show me what you got. You got one chance, show you confident or not. Don't get caught in the matrix of all of these fakers. Society spinning, and I'm just here living on the ground. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, logically thinking, and the fools are running away. You're flipping over backwards to show me where you think you are. Your model dictates that you never see too far. Shrinking in the distance, you can do fuck all with an angle, and the fools are running away.
And we are live. Welcome, everybody. It is Wednesday, so that means it's Trivium Day. But we have a special guest today. Normally, you would be the I don't know, like I think Wednesday is the best day for this anyway. Trivium. So today we have Betty here, who is going to be doing a presentation for Eratosthenes. I think paper says it better. But so we're going to be going over that now. Betty has prepared us. He sent me the Euclidean principles we're going with, aren't we, with this entire presentation? So I mean, it would lie within the Trivium, where we get the words, propositions, and the statements, and the presentation.
Actually, the quadrivium, but
well, fine. I know, yeah, I know the geometry is within the quadrivium, but I mean, in order to get
the astronomy,
yeah. The Trivium. Okie dokie. Are you ready to go over it now? Then, do you want to?
Yeah, I'm ready to go. Do you want to show? Because I can't see it on the screen. Can you show the set of assumptions? Got the diagram there.
Set of assumptions.
There's another.
There you go.
There's another image with the 6 assumptions.
Okie dokie.
All I can see is the diagram.
On the screen, on the YouTube.
On the YouTube, I can see the diagram. I can't see the
You might have to
the
wait
6
for it
assumptions.
to catch up. It is on the 6.
That's a bit small, isn't it? Can everyone read that?
Yeah, I can read it, but you're going to be reading it out, aren't you?
I'm going to be reading. Yeah, sure. Okay, so hello everyone. What I propose to do today is I'm not going to give an argument or a proof because I don't do that, as you know. What I'm going to do is present Eratosthenes' proof as it was originally. Okay, I'm going to present in English, but I have referred to the Latin translation and to the original Greek, assuming that it's authentic. I'm going to give, here we can see the 6 assumptions, which Eratosthenes gives. Then I'm going to go through his argument in his words, translated into English, that proves what he wants to establish, which is the circumference of the Earth. I'm not going to give anything myself, no proof for myself. I'm just presenting it precisely as this ancient Greek presented it. Is that okay?
Yeah, I say you are using Euclidean principles, and you are going to link to the propositions.
I am presenting his argument exactly as he presents it.
Okay. Well, I mean, I've never heard it presented exactly as he presented it, so this should be enlightening.
No, you haven't, because I checked up a lot of these sort of internet presentations about the argument, and a lot of them are not correct. For example, a lot of them mention a well at Syene, which is modern day Aswan. Eratosthenes never mentioned a well. He used in both occasions he used the idea of a sundial or a logion. But I'll come on to that. Okay, so the six propositions, which are assumptions, they may be wrong, but let's take them as given and see what logically follows from them. So the first proposition 1, assumption 1, Syene and Alexandria lie under the same meridian. Now, are we all comfortable what a meridian is?
No, go on, you explain that.
Right,
Explain
a meridian. Sorry, what did you say, Bev?
Said it. Can you please explain it fully? There may be people out there that don't. So
that's fine. I'll explain it. So a meridian, which is from the Latin, from the Greek mesembrino, means noon. That's all it means. It just means noontime. Noontime, by definition, is the time when the sun is at the highest in the sky. And 2 locations that lie under the same meridian are locations where noon occurs at exactly the same time. That's all it means. Does that make sense?
Wouldn't that be the same place?
No.
What, like noon being a time?
Yeah, noon is a time, but if I go directly south along the same line of longitude, noontide, the time of noon will be the same. It's only when you go east and west that the time changes. As you go west, noon occurs later and later. As you go east, it gets earlier. So under the same meridian means 2 points where noon occurs at exactly the same time.
Well, see, it sounds weird that because noon is at the same time here, and I bet somebody else has noon at the same time at noon, right? That's when noon is.
What we mean by noon is the time at which is the time at which the sun is at the highest point in the sky. That's what noon is.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah.
So I'm nearly on the meridian, the Greenwich meridian. If we go directly south to some place, I don't know, in France or Spain, is at the same. That is also at 0 degrees longitude. When I see the sun at its highest point in the sky at noon, that person in Spain or France or whatever will see the sun at the highest point at the same time. Imagine we're on the phone together and I'm talking to that person in Spain. They've got, I don't know, a sextant or something, or a telescope. I say, yeah, the sun is at the highest point. I can see it at the highest point. And that person will say, yeah, too true.
Yeah, about 12 o'clock.
Same for me.
Time.
Not dinner time, noontime, sun at the highest point.
Yeah, but at the same time.
If I phone someone in New York and I say, well, it's noon now, the sun is at the highest point, they'll say, no, it's I don't know, New York's 5 hours difference. It's quite low in the sky.
They'd say it's not noon yet.
Yeah, they would say, let's be clear, they would say, no, the sun is not at the highest point. Don't confuse local time, which is by time zone, with what the sun is up to.
I wouldn't know anybody that mentions that. But I mean, yeah, if that's what you mean, when the sun is at the highest point in the sky.
Yes. But being under the same meridian means two places where at the very same time, the sun is at its highest point. Or if in modern terms, you're on the same longitude.
And by what means did they communicate, please?
Good point. You mean, how did they know it was the same? How did they know that Syene and Alexandria were on the same meridian?
It was
correct?
noon.
No, that doesn't. Yeah, I mean, you can be somewhere far west and you'll still have noon. The question is, how do you know the time? How do you know the time at which the sun is at its highest point? Answer.
It's noon.
The ancient Greeks worked out when an eclipse was going to occur. And they reasoned that an eclipse must occur for everyone at the same time. And the people in the Far East, in Asia, reported when the eclipse occurred by their own clocks. The Greeks reported when it occurred by their own clocks, and they found, wow, there's a difference. They were reporting the time of the eclipse in clock time was earlier in the East. Or later.
I think you misunderstood the question. How did they communicate where the shadows were at any given moment between those two cities?
They didn't communicate. They didn't need to.
It was
Why
noon.
would they need to?
Essie, it was noon.
It was noon.
It was noon
Yeah,
at both of the times at noon.
Essie, I was trying to explain how they knew that two different cities were at the same longitude. Given that they had no accurate clocks, they didn't have Greenwich Mean Time. They didn't have computer clocks or crystal clocks then. They just had local time. So the only way they could find out, the only way they knew whether two cities, different cities, were at the same longitude was because they'd done this before. They'd worked out the difference in local time between these places by means of eclipses.
Could they
That's
not
the only
do
way
that
to
with
do it.
Polaris? Could they not see Polaris?
No, that wouldn't work.
Why?
Because
It would
there's
be,
no, well,
it would
all
be
you-
a
all
fixed
you see-
light in the sky that both of the things would have been able to see, right?
Oh, right. Polaris gives you your latitude. It doesn't give you your longitude.
Mm-hmm.
So did they have accurate timepieces in those days to figure out?
No, that's my whole point. They didn't have accurate timepieces. They had local time only, and they had the sun. So they could work out what time of day it was just by getting the angle to the sun, which they could compute quite accurately using a sundial, an orologion. So they could tell the local time. They could tell the time by the sun. But you can see a problem there, right? Or can you?
I can see many problems, but go ahead.
The problem is that if you tell the time using the sun, you will only get the same time as someone else. So two people, I don't know, in Syene, one in Syene, one in Alexandria. How do they know? They've got their local time. They've got their sun time using a sundial, but unless they're at the same longitude, the time at which they note noon is not necessarily the same.
Okay, so
Yeah,
right, I'm in
longitude.
Athens now. I look at the sun and I get a shadow, right? And you're in Syene. You look up, it's noon, and you get a shadow. Okay, then what?
Right.
Yeah, we're still working on the assumptions, right? Though that was just the first assumption, Freddie. I don't want you to get tied down on
Well, it's
being
an
this, but
it's an interesting question because it's all a question of how do you time stuff? How do you measure time? If all you've got is the sun to measure time by, and if the time of
why are they doing time?
why do they need to know time?
Yeah,
In order to know longitude.
but I thought it's like this is Eratosthenes isn't doing like geometry then or anything. He's doing some
Yeah,
sort of time thing.
this is part of the geometry. Well, we'll come on to that, but let's just say assumption one. In modern language, the assumption is that Syene and Alexandria lie under the same meridian, i.e., they are at the same longitude. How they knew that is a difficult question and a separate one.
Can I ask why you use the under?
That's just the term they use.
Do you know why?
Just the term they use. Sorry?
Do you know why?
Because they had the idea that the meridian was sort of something in the sky. It was like a great circle in the sky. So if you're under the same meridian, you are under the same great circle of the universe.
Okay, so you're underneath a circle.
Yes, you're underneath a circle in the sky. Or
the sun would be doing a circle.
Yes.
Okay, I'm with you.
You sure?
Yeah, you're underneath a circle. The same
You're underneath
circle.
a circle. Yeah. Okay, the assumption two, the distance between the two cities is 5,000 stadia, which is about 500 miles or 800 kilometers.
Phone of contention there, but I don't think they know what a stadia.
Yeah, that's a very good point, and I investigated this because some accounts you read, they said they had people, forgotten the name.
Professional pacers.
Professional pacers, they would walk distances and they'd have such an accurate conception of the size of their
steady
pace.
stride, an accurate and steady stride.
And a dead straight line as well, obviously.
Yeah, dead straight.
Not wobbling.
Which is difficult, and I don't believe they use that method.
It's near impossible, isn't it?
It's near impossible to get an accurate. Plus, Aswan and Alexandria. If you go in a straight line between the two, you're going across a very hot desert, where there's lots of sand, and it's very hard to pace the whole thing. So we have to rule that out. And for the same reason, we rule out. I think Archimedes invented some sort of wheel thing where you push the wheel, like which would measure the distance across the ground for you. But they didn't have those in Eratosthenes days. You can sail up the Nile or down. But the Nile is very wiggly, so computing the actual distance is not going to be accurate at all. So I looked into this.
Second assumption, at best. Second assumption.
It's an assumption. Yeah, and the main point here is, let's say, given those assumptions, what exactly follows from it. But now I'll just add.
We do know a measurement nowadays, right? That distance is known now. So we can sort of say,
it's known in various ways, but we won't go there. In fact, it is roughly 5,000 stadia as it happens. But now I read Strabo, who also gives an account of Eratosthenes' geography, and actually, Eratosthenes got a lot of distances wrong. Point one, two. He seems to have done it. He and other geographers did it just by looking at sort of maps that people have cobbled together. So, in summary, he was probably very lucky that he got a distance that was close, but they didn't, in those days, they did not know distances very well at all.
So the distance between the two cities isn't very accurate by all accounts. Like
the recorded distance between the two cities, they did not know very well. Correct.
Or no, we don't know what they knew.
Well, we know what they said because Strabo has pages and pages and pages of difference between places.
Yeah, but I mean, as far as we know, that could have been 5,000 stadia. That could have been the distance set from Alexandria to Syene. They could have said that is 5,000 stadia.
They could have defined it that, but they didn't.
It would have then have been exact, wouldn't it?
Well, if they defined it that way, but they didn't.
Well, we
a
don't
stadia
know,
was a standard measurement. The stadium was a standard measurement that they used for all sorts of different places. They didn't make it up.
Like, well,
They
for
tried to
the
estimate it.
stadium, then, right? The Roman Colosseum stadium is that sort of distance.
Sorry, what's the Colosseum got to do with it? Sorry.
It's a stadium. A
It's
stadium.
a stadium. Yeah.
Yeah. So
yeah, but
what sort of a distance to give people an idea if you've researched it? Because I heard that they didn't know what it was. What
They didn't know very
is
well.
about a stadia?
Yeah, 5,000 stades is about 500 miles. So it's a tenth of a mile.
Okay.
I don't think anybody knows what a stadia is for sure, as far as I'm aware.
Betty
they don't.
does.
Well, we know we can make a good guess because cities like Rome and Athens, and these other places are still there, right? And we now know the distance between them, and we know what they reported the distances to be. So you can know what a stadium was.
Reverse engineering, assuming we have the right number. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I can give you that one.
Give me that one. Okay. Yeah, I mean, Strabo gives hundreds of locations and distances between them. We say, right, those locations are still there. Rome is still there, right? Lots of these places are still there. Maunus and
But at
Turkey
best,
still
we
is.
have two assumptions thus far, correct?
Yep, correct. Which may
All
not
right.
be. Which may not. In fact, Syene and Alexandria don't lie on the same longitude. Syene is a little further west, I think. Or was it further east? So even that they got wrong. Assumption 3. Yeah.
Well, at least you're honest so far. We're doing good.
I investigate stuff, SC. I look at things very carefully. I don't believe anything I read on the internet. I don't always believe stuff I read in books. I go right back to the sources. And if there's a problem there, a mistake, I recognize that. Yeah.
Okay, kudos. Continue, please.
Assumption 3, rays, and I guess you guys are not going to like this. He assumes rays from different parts of the sun on different parts of the earth are parallel.
Sorry for that's one of my favorite ones. I'm sorry. I'll try to be quiet. I can't though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, we can discuss it a bit if you want. I mean, that's what he assumes. They had reasons for believing that, although it's
Okay,
it's
then
quite
let me
hard to
ask you
find
one
evidence.
question, and I'll be quiet.
Yeah.
The sun, your sun in your model, they say is a sphere, correct?
Well, the sun is a point of light. Yeah, it's a light
actually,
emitter.
now you've said it's a circle above.
Yeah. I'll even take a circle if you agree to that. Works either way.
Whatever. I mean, it doesn't.
Okay,
doesn't
either a
totally-
circle or a sphere. I put this question to you.
It doesn't.
Can-
It's not relevant to the argument. So. No
But it
point
is.
discussing
You
it.
haven't heard my question, but it is.
All right. Okay.
So take either one, a sphere or a circle. Can any of those two shapes, you can call them that, can they cast parallel rays?
No. Not exactly parallel because the sun is not a point, is it?
Thank you.
It appears as a circle.
Light.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, I'll stay quiet now.
Right.
ahead.
Yeah.
Well, can I
No,
just add though that you did say earlier that they're under the same meridian, and when you said under, I said what's that, and you said that's a circle. So the sun is they thought is under the same meridian. It's under a circle. So would they actually have ever thought that the light would be parallel if it was going around a circle above them?
Exactly my point.
But
Yes.
I mean, like that would ruin the entire process of the
No,
geometry
no,
bit. So I
Yeah.
presume that's why they have parallel, right? But that doesn't fit, Betty, at all. That's not just not logical.
Let's add to that assumption that at any particular time in two different places, the rays of light falling on one place and the rays of light falling on the other place will be parallel. Obviously, if we're at different times, then the rays won't. If it's 5 o'clock in one place and 8 o'clock in the other, then that will no longer be true.
Okay.
But at any particular time,
So they would
light rays,
actually be taking these measurements at the same time or
they
at different
assumed it.
times?
They assumed, number 4 is an assumption, they assume that straight lines that race from different parts of the sun are parallel at any particular time.
That's just a geometric one though. That's probably the one that is that's not need to be an assumption, that one, is it?
It has to be an assumption, yeah, because look at assumption 4.
Yeah, I
Assuming
say
the
that's
rays
not
are
an
parallel,
assumption for straight lines falling on parallel straight lines make alternate angles equal. That is straight from Euclid. That's not an assumption.
It's proposition 129, and just understand that the proof of one argument, the conclusion of one argument, which is 129, can be used as the assumption or the premise for another argument. It's just a premise. We're taking that assumption from Euclid. That's all it means.
But no, that's a proof within Euclid. You're assuming that those straight lines, the parallel straight lines would be the light. That's the assumption, isn't it?
Not quite sure what you mean.
Well, the Euclidean proof, straight lines falling on parallel straight lines make the alternate angles equal.
Yeah, we're just taking that as
an
given.
Assumption. Yeah.
It is an assumption. Clear. Okay,
No,
I'm not. All right, it's not. It's not an assumption.
Proposition.
I'm not going to argue.
No, the assumption is you're relating those parallel straight lines to the light, isn't it?
Yep. Shall we move on?
Yeah.
I'll skip over 5 because it's not actually that important. Arcs subtended by equal angles are similar. I have added this. 2 objects are similar. They have the same shape. Or one has the same shape as the mirror image.
The arcs aren't necessarily, similar.
Arcs
They would have to.
Arcs subtended by equal angles are similar.
But no, the lengths of the arms would also have to be. Otherwise, if you've got one that's got an arm 2 inches long and one that's got an arm 10 inches long, they would not be similar at all.
Read the part in brackets.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but you just said there, arcs subtended by equal angles are similar. Well, they're not.
Why aren't they similar?
Because the arc is subtended by the arm. The arc has to be made by the length of the arm. So you would also have to tag in the lengths of the arms of the angles have to be also similar.
So is your point that suppose I have arms of 1 inch, right?
Mm-hmm.
And an angle of 30 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
And then I have another arc which is also 30 degrees, but the arms are 12 inches.
Mm-hmm.
Can we visualize that?
Yep.
And you're saying they're not similar?
The arc would be obviously different.
Right.
The longer one would have a longer arc. The angle would be exactly the same because you've said the angle's the same.
The angles are the same, but they're not necessarily the same size.
Mm-hmm. They're not the same.
The figures might be larger, but they might be scaled up. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I think there's a misunderstanding here about the meaning of the word similar.
Why?
I did give a definition of similar.
2 objects are similar.
Sorry.
So the object isn't the angle. The object would be the length of the arms to be similar.
It says the arcs are similar.
Mm-hmm. And in order for the arcs to be similar, the lengths of the arms would have to be similar.
Okay, if that's what you but yeah, I think you're disagreeing with the definition of similarity as it's used in geometry.
Maybe the arcs subtended by equal angles are similar. What do you mean by arc? Can we get the term right? Where is the arc?
You've got the arms touching at one point, right? We've got the arms touching at one point. Are you okay with that?
It's an angle, yeah, the vertex.
And then those arms sort of spread out, and then the arc is a part of the circle that joins the two ends to the two other ends of the arms.
The angle.
No. What do you mean by an arc? What do you understand by an arc?
I know what an angle is, buddy.
No, I said an arc. I didn't say an angle. I
The
said
arc,
an arc.
arc for me would be the arch, the actual compass movement of the pencil. That would be the arc.
That's right. That's correct.
Right, so that would necessarily be in the same radius distance. You would have to add that in to the angle, your statement. Arcs subtended by equal angles are similar. Well, they'd need to have equal radiuses too,
So
in
you'd
order
have to
to be
have
similar.
you'd have to have equal radii to be similar. Is that what you're saying?
Would you not think that?
Well, I don't. But can we take that as an
don't?
assumption?
Okay, let me know.
I'm just using the Euclidean definition of similar.
And where
Someone
is
can
that,
look
the
it up, if
Euclidean definition of similar? Can you show us?
Well, I can't because I've got two images I'm talking around.
Mhm.
This assumption is not that important because there are other ways of
Is that
expressing
within
it.
Euclidean geometry, that arcs subtended by equal angles are similar? Where did you get
Right,
that from?
I've got Google up now. So arcs subtended
Subtended. Did
by
you write
equal
this?
angles. Did I write what?
This arc subtended by. Where did you get it from?
As I said at the beginning, I'm not presenting anything original. I'm saying exactly what Eratosthenes says. He actually writes that. He writes that. He's just copying stuff that they knew from geometry. So I can't find that. We'd have to look up the definition of similar figures. I know, just to be clear.
As far as I know, similarity in geometry is keeping the same proportions.
Correct. Yes, Paper's got it. Thank you, Paper.
Yeah, but you've just said about angles. Like I said, you would need to have the length of the arm to be similar too. In order for them to be similar within geometry, they have to be similar.
The shape is similar. Paper, can you explain to Bev what's meant by this assumption 5?
It means that the proportion between length has to be the same.
Yes. So it's not the same length, but it's the same proportions.
No, it has to be the same length, Betty.
Okay.
In order to be similar within mathematics,
right.
anyway.
You need the same length in order for the proportions of the arc to be the same.
Paper, do you agree with Bev?
I don't know what in that would mean if we are measuring length, curved length of an arc, or we are measuring just like point to point on. I don't know that. So
yes. This reflects your point that you can only measure length with a straight line, correct?
Yes. So that's. For example, similar triangles would be if we have equilateral triangle, we make bigger equilateral triangle, and we know that they are similar.
Correct. Now, can we not do the same? Can we sort of pump up the length of the arms and the length of the arc?
No, you've already stated that the angles are the same. If all you're talking about is the angle, then there's no need to mention the arc.
The angles are equal.
Yeah, exactly. If that's all you're talking about, then
we've got equal angles. We've got two sections of a circle with different radii, but an equal angle, right? Those are similar because if you shrink them, imagination, then they will fit. But if the angles are different, they're not similar. That's all we mean.
So you can have a different radii with the same arc?
As
Is that
long
what
as,
you're saying?
yes, as long as the angles are the same.
So just the angles he's talking about.
Oh, just the
It
angles.
says,
Okay.
it says equal
Circles
angles.
are
there.
always in the proportion of pi, aren't they? So it doesn't matter what. If you're just talking about the angle, you just talk about the angle.
I'm just talking about the angle.
Mhm.
Yeah, correct.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Are we all sort of happy? Right, number 6.
Ecstatic.
Assumption. Hello. Assumption 6. Sine is located below the summer tropical circle. He states it rather weirdly, but all he means is this, that Sine is close to the Tropic of Cancer. At a certain time, when the sun crosses the tropic, shadows will be, there will be no shadows, and the sun can shine down the bottom of a deep well. That's all he means. I'll come to that when I read out what his actual argument based on these assumptions.
Is that another circle?
Yeah, the
In the
Tropic of
sky.
Cancer. The Tropic of Cancer, which is the most, and I've added this, is the most northerly circle of latitude on Earth, which the sun can be directly overhead. That is a circle, but it's not a great circle. It is a circle.
Great circle?
The Tropic of Cancer is not a great circle, no.
But it is a circle.
But it is a circle.
Can you explain to people the extra qualifier great within your circles?
Yeah, I'm going to come to that because he discusses great circles in a minute.
Jolly good.
Shall I move on?
Yeah. Can I get off this thing now?
Yes, can you show the diagram now, please? Thanks.
The experiment. That one.
It's not an experiment.
That's what you've got on the thing. That's what it says. Eratosthenes experiment.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it is. Yeah, that's
Okay.
that was a stupid
I was just
title,
checking
sorry.
that it was the right one.
I understand. Yeah.
So are you saying it isn't an experiment?
It's a diagram. Can we just call it a diagram?
Yeah, but it's the diagram that says Eratosthenes experiment.
I'm sorry, that's a silly title. All right, I just said it's a silly title
Okay,
twice.
so it's not. Okay,
It's just a diagram. Sorry,
it's just a
sorry.
diagram with this title as an experiment. It is not.
This is just
an
a
experiment.
diagram
It's
to
just
help
a
us. I'm going to
title
go
for
through
it.
the words.
Okay.
I am going to go through the actual words that. Yeah, Mobius says, "How is Betty saying what Eratosthenes said? Has anyone ever seen anything Eratosthenes wrote?" Well, yeah, we've got Cleomedes who actually wrote down what Eratosthenes says. We've got the Greek texts. They might have been forged.
I think it's great, this, Betty. Nobody else has ever done this before.
You always,
Obviously.
if you're a historian or scholar, you go back to your sources, as they say. You don't rely on secondary sources, as they're called. You go to primary sources.
Well, it's good to have you around here.
Well, I hope so. Right, so let me move on. I'm going to read out as far as I can exactly what Eratosthenes argued, or rather what the text says. Might not have been written by him, but all we know about him is really from this text. Right, someone who has mastered the assumptions, that's the 6 assumptions, would have no difficulty in learning Eratosthenes' procedure. So Cleomedes is writing here about what Eratosthenes said. So he says that since Syene and Alexandria are located below the same meridian, the same circle in the sky, which marks out where the sun appears at each location at noontide, since the meridians are included among the great circles in the cosmos, circles of the Earth located below them are necessarily also great circles. What they meant by great circle, and here they're obviously assuming that both the cosmos and the Earth are spherical. The great circle is in Greek it's the largest circle.
Are you
and
sure?
in Latin.
It's
Am I
talking
sure
about
about
the
what?
circle in the sky.
Yes.
Where
It
does
says-
that say?
He says, I'll read it again. Since the meridians are included among the great circles in the cosmos, which is the universe, so there's a circle in the universe, the circles of the earth located below them are necessarily also great circles.
Great circles, but as in the circles that the light in the sky is going on.
Yeah, there's a circle in the sky and there's a corresponding circle on the earth, says Eratosthenes.
A circle.
A circle, yeah, correct. The circle of the earth.
So a circle's a 2D shape, right?
Yeah, but let's not go. Please, let's not go. I will actually leave if we have this stupid discussion about 2D and 3D. You don't need any of this to understand what Eratosthenes is going on about.
Yeah, we understand.
You understand?
This would be the geographical position moving in a circle according to the star moving on the sky, as I understand that.
Something like that, yeah. But he also says there is a corresponding circle, a great circle of the earth, which is, of course, a line of longitude. It's whatever longitude that Sinai and Alexandria have, which goes right around the earth.
It's a straight line, then.
It's a circle. It says it's a circle. So you're saying a circle is a straight line? Oh.
No, I'm asking you.
No, it's a circle.
It's a circle.
Well, I just read out what he said. I'm not presenting anything original here.
Okay.
As I said, that's what he said. He says the circles of the earth located below the great circle in the sky is also necessarily a great circle.
Yeah, circles.
Circles. Shall I go on? Eratosthenes says, again, this is the ancient Greek Cleomedes, who wrote down the whole thing. Eratosthenes says that Syene is located, this is assumption 6, Syene is located below the summer tropical circle. So when the sun, as it enters Cancer and produces the summer solstice, is precisely at this meridian. And then the pointers on the sundials are necessarily shadowless. That's at Syene. He's saying we have a sundial, we have a vertical pointer, and at the instant of the solstice, as the sun crosses Cancer, the pointers will be shadowless. They'll have no shadow. And he says the sun is located vertically above them. Shall I go on?
No, if there's no shadow, that makes sense.
There's no shadow. But in Alexandria, at the same hour, at the very same time, pointers on sundials do cast a shadow. Now let's refer to. We got the diagram.
But you've got this the light on the circle of the sky, and it's got it vertically above the other one. So parallel wouldn't work, would it? Definitely.
So let's go to the diagram. Let's see what he's saying. He's saying, let's look at the bottom red blue line. The blue line is of the pointer, the vertical pointer on the sundial, out of scale. The red line is a particular ray of light coming in from the sun. And he's saying that ray will not cast a shadow on that pointer. But if you look at the red line above, which is parallel to the red line below, because of assumption, whatever it was, assumption 3, wasn't it? On the assumption that two different rays of light from the sun arriving at different places,
how would they
isn't there parallel? Sorry?
How would they, if they have the light in the sky moving on a circle, and it moves around the circle.
Bev, when you say the light in the sky, is that what you mean by the sun?
Well, that's what
Why
this.
don't you call it the sun?
Because
I've never understood this.
It's just a light in the sky, right? The light in the sky moves around a circle, and at one point it is vertically above somewhere else, the vertical pointer. So the light from that sun, if it was going somewhere else, could not be parallel with the light that's going vertically to that spot.
Well,
Right?
Bev, I'm sure you're right, but I'm not
I'm
presenting.
not questioning you, Betty. I'm just questioning. Do you not think Eratosthenes and all of those people would have actually thought that? Or do you think they'd have said, well, let's make an assumption that it's all parallel? When it's
They were making an
obviously not,
assumption.
it can't be.
Right, so that's fine. But that was their assumption. Their assumption was the two rays of light, the red line, the two red lines. They assumed those rays would be parallel.
I can't see how they came to that assumption. But I mean, if you want to carry on,
Yeah, I knew you'd be troubled by that.
it just doesn't logically fit.
Well, let's not go there. But that's a key assumption. That the whole you're right to spot this. The whole proof stands or falls on the assumption that rays of light from the sun arriving at different places will be parallel to one another.
Not just that.
I would disagree.
Yeah, it's on triangles. This.
Why do you just?
Because this you would have the same outcome if the sun would be much closer and rays would be not parallel. But of course this you are not on a ball then, but you are measuring in straight line. So this.
Well,
let's say,
that's right. If the sun is very close, and the Earth is flat, you would get the same results as we've reported here. That's quite right. But that's not Eratosthenes' assumption. He assumes those two red lines will be absolutely parallel.
Okay.
Just an assumption.
I'm just saying that if you exchange this assumption into close sun and not parallel rays, you will have the same outcome. That's.
I understand that. I understood it the first time you said it. Yeah. If the sun were closer and the rays were not parallel, you could get the same result, of course. I go on. And then what he argues is, well, there will be this angle because a shadow has been cast by these assumedly parallel rays of light. There is no angle at Syene, but there is an angle. Because there's a shadow at Alexandria.
Did you say assumedly parallel rays of light?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yes. Why not?
Okay, no, as long as we make that clear that you're assuming that the light rays are parallel.
Well, that's the whole point.
It was an
SE.
assumption, SE. It wrote it at the beginning.
Right,
Yeah.
right. Okay, I just want to drive home the point. Okay.
It was set down as assumption. We're doing logic now. We're just saying, well, we don't mind whether the assumptions are true or false. We want to see if the conclusion follows from those assumptions.
Yeah, but it doesn't follow that they would have said they should assume parallel, because obviously not. If they've got a circle in the sky, there is no way that they would ever have assumed parallel light.
Yeah, but he did. If that text is correct, then that's precisely what they assumed.
But maybe he just assumed, like for fun, like wishful thinking. Many logicians were doing exercises assuming some not existent things.
Sure,
if-
but sorry, we're getting sidetracked a bit here, Paper.
Okay. Sorry.
That is the
I think
assumption
we
he
made their point.
That's just an assumption he made. I mean, he's not the only ancient Greek to do so. All the astronomers made the same assumption, but that's a separate question. The question is, did all the other astronomers agree with that assumption? Not just Eratosthenes, first question. Two, why did they make that assumption? These are two separate questions I can't answer here. I'm just going to follow through the argument. Right, next bit. If we next conceive, says Eratosthenes, we next conceive of straight lines produced through the Earth from each of the pointers, they all coincide at the center of the Earth. Here he's kind of begging the question, because there are two assumptions here. First, that they'll coincide. Second assumption, actually, they'll coincide at the center of the Earth. The Earth may have no center. I think he's right. If going back to the diagram, if the ray of light hitting the sundial pointer at Alexandria hits the pointer at an angle, and if the two red lines are parallel, then the bottom red line must cross at some point the transverse. Does that make sense? They must cross.
No. What must cross?
Transverse. So the transverse is the line we've drawn from the center of the Earth up to the sundial pointer at Alexandria.
How would they draw a line from the center of the Earth?
Well, they didn't actually draw a line. It's a geometrical demonstration.
They're also assuming a shape. Let's make that clear
Okay.
as well.
Yeah. So he's already drawn a circle to start off with.
He's drawn a circle.
Yeah.
Yep.
I've drawn a circle.
You've drawn a circle.
I've drawn a
as well,
circle,
yes.
but I'm reflecting Eratosthenes' language. He said, these lines I drawn from the sundial pointers will coincide at the center of the Earth. And the reason he assumes that is because he assumes the Earth has a center, correct?
Okay,
That's his assumption.
Eratosthenes. Yeah. Assumed.
Assumption on assumption.
And this is the words of, you said this is somebody else writing.
Yes.
Was he his
Diomedes.
friend, or is that like
No.
a few years later?
Eratosthenes, I think, was 3rd century BC. Diomedes was also Greek, but he was writing the 2nd century AD.
Wow, like 500 years.
Yeah, there's about 400 years separating the two.
How would he have known, do you reckon?
He would have had Eratosthenes' book, which is now lost. But he would have been working from Eratosthenes' actual words. And other writers like Strabo refer to the same book, so we know the book existed. It's just that book itself is lost.
Right, like a dodo. Only
Not getting that,
stories told of it.
Not going there.
Aristarchus.
Okay, shall I move on? And he says, if we also conceive of a straight line going from the sun to the tip of that sundial's pointer, okay, what he's talking about is the bottom red line. So he's saying the line we've drawn from the sun to the sundial pointer at Syene, at which no shadows cast. He say those two straight lines must form a single straight line because it's shadowless. The bottom red and the blue line, they don't hit each other at an angle because there's no shadow. Shall I go on, or any questions?
Well, you're just going with there is somebody in the chat that said his knowledge there is no writings. It's just your word of somebody else's word.
Mike Dorner says, where is this going? What does it prove? Well, I'm going to say what it proves.
Brilliant. Brilliant.
We're
going to end up with a
yeah.
proof.
If I can finish, it's 55 minutes in, and I'm sort of we're kind of nearly there. Right. If we then suppose another straight line, he says, Oh yeah, I'll just come to this point. Yeah, how do we know anyone actually said that? Well, we just have a text. That's all we have. All we know of history, absolutely everything we know about history, we get from stuff that was written down in books, manuscripts. That's it. Maybe someone made all this up.
Absolutely. Yeah.
We can't rule that out. But
Well said. Well said.
I'm assuming it's true, or roughly true. Right. If we suppose another straight line drawn up from the bowl, i.e. the sundial at Alexandria, that is from the tip of the pointer's shadow up to the sun, this line and the first one, by the first one he means the bottom red line, so he's saying the top red line will be parallel to the bottom red line, because he's assumed that. That's assumption 3, I think.
That's one of the ridiculous assumptions.
That's that you're saying the parallel assumption is the ridiculous one, right?
Yeah, if you have the circle of the sun, the light in the sky, then yeah, they couldn't be parallel, could they?
Let's not go there.
Well, I mean, I don't say let's not go there. Definitely, like you said to SE at the beginning, if the light is the source, then the light doesn't come parallel. If it's revolving around a circle in the sky, then the light wouldn't come parallel, would it?
Bev, there was confusion there. I meant that the sun is not a point source of light. It's like half a degree. But that's all I meant.
It's half a degree.
Yeah, something like that. If you put your thumb up, you can just cover the sun. But look, you're distracting me.
Measuring the sun by half a degree. That's a bit strange. No, I'm just saying that if the sun is over there, then the light's going down, and then you're away over there. Why would you assume that the light is parallel?
Well, that's what they did.
I can't understand why somebody would make that assumption.
Well, let's reserve that. If I come back one day, I'll explain why the Greeks thought that.
Basically, they have to for the model to work.
But like, let's just say, for instance, because I know what you're talking about, a triangle, right? So the light is above somewhere. So you've got like a straight down vertical, and then you've got a 500-mile leg. So you've got a vertical and a 500-mile horizontal with a right angle, and then the light that comes from the sun to the other end of that thing. I mean, you can't possibly think that those two arms of a triangle
I'm hearing you.
are parallel.
I'm totally hearing your argument. I'm totally. Brian's logic has a similar argument. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. If the sun is overhead at Syene, then you walk 500 miles. Surely, you're saying, surely you now look up at the sun. It can't be parallel.
Yes, that would be like, that would be a ridiculous assumption for. I wouldn't make that assumption.
No, but
in what I was doing.
Eratosthenes does. I said here I was going to present his argument, which is based on his assumptions. Anyway, I'm going to finish off now. So what? Mike Dornan asked, "What am I trying to prove here?" Well, given those assumptions, in particular, given the parallel, the Euclid 129. It follows that the angles are equal, by the angle at from the two lines at the center of the Earth, theta, and the angle at the sundial are equal, because the alternate angles are equal if those sun rays are parallel. The angle theta must be the angle theta at the sundial. You then measure the arc subtended by theta and the sundial, and they worked out that that angle was 1/50th of a circle. And given the assumption that the arcs are similar, and paper agreed with this, you didn't. So we got two arcs there. We got the arc on the sundial where the shadow is mentioned. And we've got the other arc is the 5,000 stadia. Those arcs must be similar. The one at the sundial is 1/50th of 360, which is 7.2 degrees. If you then multiply 50 times the 5,000 stadia, you get 250,000 stadia, which is about 25,000 miles. So Mike Dornan asked, what am I getting at here? Well, first of all, I'm just showing what Eratosthenes was trying to prove based on the assumptions. He proved, if those assumptions are true, that the circumference of the Earth is about 25,000 miles. That's it. But if that conclusion is false, then it follows that any one or more of those assumptions must be false by modus tollens.
No,
Let's say
no.
you walked into a court of law
It doesn't
and you
mean
made that
all-
argument based
doesn't
on
it-
3 assumptions in the beginning, right off the bat. How well do you think you would do? Let's say you were the prosecutor bringing that case up. How do you think the judge would rule?
I have no idea. I tried to present it as clearly as I could. Have I presented the logic? That's my question. Is it clear what Eratosthenes was trying to argue?
Yeah, that was pretty bad logic as far as I can see.
Yeah, I would say it's unlogical, Betty. No disrespect to you, no, but I would say that was unlogical.
It's
Okay.
got a distance of 500 stadia. You've drawn it in your drawing. It's a curved line.
Yeah.
Do you think Eratosthenes would have had that as a curved line?
Yeah. He certainly would, because I've given all his assumptions. But and his logic, you're confusing validity with soundness. Given his assumptions,
His
conclusion
are
clearly-
ridiculous. You can't make a triangle out of it.
right, Bev, can I just let me finish? Given his assumptions, his argument, his conclusion of 25,000 circumference of the Earth follows. So the argument is valid. The question is, are the assumptions true or not? Is the argument sound?
No, his assumptions are ridiculous.
Yeah, Betty, it falls
I
apart
can't
right
believe
at
he
the
did that. I can't believe it. It just doesn't make any sense. Why people in the age of enlightenment,
Right.
of the discovery of all of these things, would start with measurements of curved lines. And then, obviously, if they're trying to build a triangle of a circle in the sky, with the light in it, then why would he assume parallel lines? There's no triangle can be formed.
Yeah, you're questioning. It was not my purpose in this presentation to question any of the assumptions. I thought I'd made that clear.
You asked me about
if you
the logic.
accept the
I said it was bad.
assumptions. No, I was just going to say, if he accepts the assumptions, then you accepted the assumptions. But if you're asking if that's a logical statement or logical conclusion, I would have to say no to either one of those, because you're starting off with a faulty premise. So that takes out logic, in my opinion.
No,
view.
it doesn't kick out validity. Essie, let me give you an argument. If it is night, then it is day. Assumption 1.
What?
Assumption.
What?
Assumption
That's a contradiction, Betty.
doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
I think there's
Don't put
more.
a
Let him finish.
contradiction in.
Yeah, let me finish. If it is night, then it is day. Assumption 1. Assumption 2, it is night. Conclusion, it is day.
Come on, Betty. You gotta be kidding me, bro.
That was a very famous argument of the Stoics, and they said, well, look,
Oh, give over.
it is
Give him
a
slap.
valid argument. The P implies Q, and P then Q. Modus ponens.
Isn't that a contradiction, though, Betty?
Yeah, but the point is you can get a valid argument
Isn't
with
the purpose of
contradictory-
logic to root
assumptions.
out fallacies, not
It's the
build them
purpose
into
of
it.
logic. It's the purpose of logic to distinguish valid from invalid arguments.
Mhm.
That is a
Mind your
valid
P's and
argument.
Q's would, right? It'd be a good one to
Yes,
start with that one.
correct. Yeah.
Right,
If
so
you agree
don't
with
build
modus,
a contradiction into your premise.
if you agree with modus ponens as being a valid argument form, then you agree that that argument is valid. It's not sound because the first premise is false.
No, this is sound, sound, being sound or not sound. It's not strict and logical expression. It means it is meaningless. Valid, it has to be true, not only correct in form. That you can form any statement. For example, if the
Right.
grass is green, therefore I will live 100 years. So it doesn't mean that I did correct statement because I form it into correct conditional. But
Yeah, like I can say,
Can
Betty, I
I,
can
no,
say,
can I just reply? Can I just address Paper's point?
sorry, yeah, go ahead.
I'm just taking textbook definitions of validity. Which textbook, Paper? Which logic textbook were you using in order to make that claim? Can you justify it? The sources.
so, but to prove something, because validation is a strong thing in proving. So I don't understand your position, because it seems to me that a validation of something can be proofless.
Can you just confirm? Are you taking this out of a textbook, a source, or is this just an idea of yours? I just want to be clear on that.
No, I am thinking. I'm just thinking.
Right. So you've not read the textbook definition of valid and invalid. Is that fair to say?
I know what means, what word valid means.
What does the word valid mean in formal logic? What does the word valid mean?
Betty, can you give us your textbook and the textbook definition, please? Please state the textbook that you are reading your definition of valid out of, please.
I've got a number of textbooks on in my library here. I'm looking for.
After you're done, I'd like to give you a summary of what I think your argument went down like.
Can I come back to you on that? But the standard definition of a valid argument is one where
The textbook.
it instance textbook argument.
No, the textbook definition was what we're talking about.
I mean, just if you let me finish.
Well, this is Betty. This is Trivium night. We need to be very exact with our terms. The grammar. We need to be sure of what we're talking about. And you're talking about a definition of a word, which is the Trivium grammar.
Yeah. Okay. Can I give you that definition, or are you going to interrupt me?
Off you go.
Yeah. A valid argument is one where it is impossible for the premises to be true and the conclusion false. That's what a valid argument is.
Mm-hmm. So you can't build a contradiction into it. Would not be valid.
I'm just saying, you asked for the definition of a valid argument and I gave it.
No, valid was what you said. Just valid.
I gave you the definition of a valid argument.
Ah, see, a valid argument. Okay.
Yeah, I said that.
So if a valid argument is one that cannot have a contradiction within it.
No, I didn't say that.
Well, you did. You said it cannot be. Go on, say it again. Read out the definition.
A valid argument is one where it is impossible that the premises are true and the conclusion false. You got that?
Mm-hmm. Give us an example.
Well, the one I just gave you. If it is night, then it is day. 1, 2, it is day. Conclusion, therefore it is night. It is impossible the premises to be true and the conclusion false of that argument.
So you can you cannot validate or invalidate. So it is argument that cannot prove anything.
Paper, you are using a different definition, which I think is your own definition of.
Are you trying to say that is a valid argument? If it is day, it is night. Are you trying to say that's part of a valid argument, Betty?
No, I said, here is the argument, which has two premises and one conclusion. Listen carefully. The first premise is, if it is day, then it is night. Yeah, that's the first premise. The second premise is, it is day. The conclusion is, it is night.
Yeah, and I'm asking you, do you say that is valid?
Yes, it's a valid argument. Because it is impossible for the premises to be true and the conclusion false.
But what about if the premise is not true? Because you've built in a fallacy into it.
False,
it's not necessarily false. You've built a contradiction into your premise.
Yes.
Right, so it could neither be true nor false, or it could be both true and false. You have built a contradiction into your statement. Yes, it's the laws of laws of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of excluded middle. You've broken the law of non-contradiction within your premise.
Yes, so the premise is false.
So it cannot be valid.
Contradictory. It is invalid premise, so to speak.
No, arguments are valid or invalid. Premises are true or false. This is basic. This is really basic stuff.
Okay, so your argument was based on assumptions, remember?
Which argument are we talking about? The day-night
The one that you made before.
Eratosthenes.
The Eratosthenes one. That's one I missed. What was the conclusion?
The conclusion was that the circumference of the Earth, given those assumptions, is 250,000 stadia.
Okay. Not that verticals aren't parallel.
That is a corollary.
That's sort of one of the assumptions at the beginning.
That's a corollary. No, he never says that, but it's a corollary. If you look at the diagram, the two pointers, the two sundial pointers, these are verticals by definition, because
so it's not really a proof. I'm just after the proof. You say it's a proof of something, and to my knowledge, this could possibly be the first proof for the globe model. You, Betty, might have actually turned up with the first ever geometric proof for the globe model.
Ever.
Mm-hmm. It is built on a load of assumptions and like false assumptions, but you've brought it. You've brought it to us.
It is valid. It is valid in the sense that if those assumptions are true, and note the word if, right? If those assumptions are true, then the conclusion, which is that the Earth has a circumference of 250,000 stadia, is also true.
Yeah, you know what that sounds like to me, Betty? Let me give you just a small little thing. It's like you're saying, starting off on assumptions, right? It's like you're saying this: if female unicorn mates with male unicorn, voila, baby unicorn, cute little baby unicorn.
That's not a valid argument.
You don't think?
I
started off with two assumptions, and then I made a conclusion that makes logical sense.
Yeah,
if the two assumptions made.
It's not a. It's not a
you
valid.
should have put
argument.
a contradiction in one of the premises. And
it's not a valid. It's not a valid argument. You need to add a premise that when any animals of any kind mate together, then they have children, right?
Okay, you can add some sauce on it if you want, like some dressing. But
yeah, no, it's not dressing. This is really important. You have to get an argument where it is impossible for the premises to be true and the conclusion false. That is all logic is.
Yeah, but you're talking about your second statement. I'm talking about your first argument that you made.
Sorry, which argument?
The one that you came up with 25,000 miles. You started
So-
off on 3 faulty assumptions, and then you thought the
Yeah,
fourth
still-
one was an assumption, and Bev told you no, it's actually true. And then you made a 5th assumption.
I
So you
didn't make.
started off with
So Essie, I didn't make those assumptions. Eratosthenes does. I'm simply repeating what his text.
yeah, but you
reported
took on the
text-
argument. You so that argument became yours, right?
You
Sorry,
presented it.
so-
Yeah. I can't argue with Eratosthenes, can I?
No. You can. You can say, well, I think the point is the argument valid? Does the conclusion follow from the premises in the sense that I said for valid? Is it valid? And the second question, well, it clearly is. The second question is it sound? Are any of the premises false? And you've already
Yeah,
said-
all
Do we
of
have
them.
to accept? Do we have to accept your premise?
Sorry, who's speaking?
Does it matter who's speaking? I'm asking you a question.
I didn't hear the question.
Do we have to accept your premise?
No, not at all.
Okay,
I just
then
said
can you
that.
validate your premise without going back to circular logic?
My question is the argument valid? Yes. Are the assumptions true? Well, we need further arguments to establish which of these. I think we all agree that Euclid proposition 129 is true.
That's within Euclid, yeah. Straight lines.
Yeah.
Do you know much about this model that you? Because I'm taking it. This is globe logic.
No, it's not globe. It's logic. It's logic.
It's logic based around the globe model. That's
No,
why
it's
it
just
doesn't
logic.
seem to make any
It
sense.
is just logic. Look at the words.
Okay.
See what they imply. See what that conclusion is. That's all it is.
Okay. Have you ever heard of the stolen concept fallacy?
Yeah. This is just. Let's not go there.
What do you mean? Let's not go where?
Let's not go there. I don't want to go there because it's not part of sort of proper sort of logical philosophy. It's not. It's
Well,
some,
it is
it's
really,
some-
because if you're trying to use Euclidean geometry to prove parallel lines, well, to assume parallel lines, to
No, we're
prove
not
a
using
globe, but the
yeah,
globe
we're-
actually works on non-Euclidean geometry. You can't really use Euclidean to prove that non-Euclidean geometry is
Well,
the
then
geometry you should be
Yeah,
using.
right. So then one of the premises must be false. And I think we've all agreed that the one you want to question is number 4, which is that number 3.
Every one of them.
Every one of them,
Yeah.
but the distance between the two cities is 5,000 stadies.
Yeah, you've got it curved. It's like the distances. Whenever
Ah, right,
anybody
so you
measures a
can't-
distance, they measure a straight line
can't-
distance.
Right. So so your argument, so against 2, you're saying you cannot measure the distance between two cities if they're on a curve. Right?
No, Betty, this is what I say. It's not an argument. This is a statement. When people measure distances, they measure straight line distances.
Right.
Yes.
But if you're saying, yeah, no, I understand. That's what I said. But if Sion and Alexandria, if the surface between them is curved, you're saying, well, you cannot measure the distance. That's your point? Yes.
I didn't make that point. Is that your point that
Nobody's
you want to
saying
make?
that
No, I thought it was your point.
No, I said
What?
when people measure distances, especially back in Eratosthenes' day, because
Yeah.
Euclid had just wrote his elements, right? So I'm sure if Eratosthenes ever existed, he would have been around Euclid. He would have known of Euclid because they lived in the same
Yeah.
place, didn't they?
Now go on.
And
Well, no, they didn't.
well, it's
He lived in
reported that
Alexandria.
Euclid could have lived in Alexandria, right? And Eratosthenes reportedly
thought
burnt
Euclid
down
was-
the library, didn't they?
What's this got to do with anything?
Well, because they could have been in the same place. I'm just saying, if the
Well, they could have
elements had
been.
just been wrote for geometry, then I'm sure that Eratosthenes, if he was doing any sort of angle measurement, he would have had straight lines.
Right.
Yeah. I just think
Okay.
that's what I would have assumed anyway.
What do other people? Can we measure the distance between two cities if the Earth is a globe?
Well, if we were to measure the distance between two cities, would we depict it as a straight line?
Well, the distance is a metric. It's a number of miles. So 5,000 is not a straight line, is it?
5,000
Saying
miles.
5,000
Yeah.
is a straight. Sorry,
5,000 miles. Yes,
5,000 miles is a straight line.
it would be a straight line, wouldn't it?
Well, isn't it? It's a measurement. I thought. Maybe I'm
Yeah, and
wrong.
wouldn't measurements be straight lines?
No, measurements are measurements.
Mm-hmm.
Measurements are things we are doing. So
Right.
we are doing measurement point to point with a straight line only.
Right. So when you go to the tailor's and he puts the tape measure around your waist, he's not measuring your waist, correct?
Measuring a straight line, isn't he? The distance that he
See?
has on his tape measure.
Linear.
Because if you work out he starts at one place and ends at the same place,
Right.
is it not a straight line?
Yeah, it must be a
Distance?
straight. So my waist is straight, not curved.
The measurement of the thing is a straight line, isn't it? The measurement,
Okay.
buddy.
Yep.
If you measure 43 inches, I don't know what you could be. 54 inches, buddy. I don't know. That
Okay.
would be a straight line.
Did you? And so you don't like the parallel bit, number 3. You don't like the distance bit because you say we can't
What do
measure
you mean
the
you don't
distance
like
between-
it, buddy? It's not a matter of like or dislike. You're asking
you
us
think
about the logic of it. Yes, the assumptions
You think
that you
it's
make.
false? Well, the logic is perfect. It's just, are the assumptions true or false?
What logic? Where was the logic? If the lines are parallel, was it?
Yeah, if the lines are parallel.
Go on. Finish your logical
If-
statement for us.
If the lines are parallel, and if Euclid proposition 129 is true, and if the angle at the sundial is theta, then the angle at the point where the other point, the alternate angle, must also be theta. Is that not logic?
Well, it seems a bit messed up that I can't see
Is it? Okay.
Eratosthenes.
But-
Is that Eratosthenes' argument?
Well, I just want
Eratosthenes'
to,
logical argument.
No
Just-
way.
As I said before, if you just change these parallel lines with not parallel lines, the outcome would be the same. It means that if all other premises are true, not in logic sense, but in word, you will have the same outcome. It means that you couldn't measure a circumference of the sphere because it would mean that the measurement was on a plane, and this circumference, this 25,000 miles, would be just equator, just path of the sun on the equator, but not circumference of the globe.
yeah, I understand that. You said that before, Paper, and that's what you said is correct. That means the assumption 3 is false, right?
Yes, visibly.
Yes.
But my point is that you can keep other premises. Just
Yeah, sure.
changing only this one changes everything.
Changes the whole thing. And I said that to Bev right at the beginning. Look, this is the key assumption. This is the one that drives everything.
There's a few.
That
more.
assumption is false. If the sun is very close to us, and the rays are not parallel, or they're not very close to parallel, the argument collapses.
Yeah, that was my point to begin with.
Yeah. So we all agree. We're all totally agreeing. Flower Power says this glober is getting destroyed. Keep it. I'm not a glober. I'm just reading out an argument that Eratosthenes. I mean, God.
I must say, you're being honest that they're assumptions, so I'll give you respect for that.
I'm a very honest person. I don't like it when people say I'm a lying toe rag or whatever they say.
No, you're just championing the model. I understand that.
Mhm.
Am I championing the model? I'm just saying. I'm just giving an argument that Eratosthenes gave.
So what
As
is the
close
argument
to the
then?
original text as
Go
I
on,
can.
can you make the argument for us, since it is Trivium?
But I just did. The whole point. I've been talking for
No,
1
yeah,
hour,
but I
25
mean,
minutes.
succinctly, just do the argument, state the argument.
Hang on, look. I'm looking in the chat. Crap argument, Ebby. It's not my bloody argument.
Well, let's make it.
First says crap argument. Who are these people? They don't
Very
understand.
crap,
I was
says.
reading out the text.
They're just
I was
people in the chat.
explaining.
Buddy, don't worry
Sorry?
about it. They're just people in the chat.
No, I do worry about it.
Well, this is the first
Okay,
thing
Betty.
you should learn is just don't look at the chat.
It gets me triggered when people say stupid
Don't look
things
at the
like
We
chat.
know it's not your argument. I understand. I believe
Well,
you.
these people.
Let me
don't.
ask you a question
These
as a
people are
logician, if I
stupid.
may. Betty, can I ask
Sure.
you? Okay.
Yeah.
You're a logician, right? To you, does the argument that I'm not saying it's your argument, the argument that you claim Eratosthenes made,
Yeah.
like starting off an argument with almost if parallel line, and if the sun rays are parallel. Number one, number two, and number three premise. Does that, as a logician, is that a logical way to start an argument for you, or a premise, or whatever you want to call it?
You can start with in logic. You can start with any premise you like. Where logicians are worried about the validity of the argument. Does the conclusion, which is here, is that the circumference is 25,000 miles? Does the conclusion follow from those 6 assumptions? My view is yeah.
Right, but they are assumptions,
follows.
though. Now, if you
Right?
ask, they are assumptions, though. It's based on
Yeah, of
assumptions.
course they're assumptions. I started out this talk an hour and a half ago saying, look, guys, here are 6 assumptions. They may not be true, but let's see what happens if they are true.
Okay, then it's like saying, okay, I'm going to tell you a story, and that's about it. There's no, you can't make that as a proof or as or
It is a
anything.
proof.
You can't. Can you?
It is all proofs are based on assumptions.
Checked assumptions. If they are not checked, they cannot be proof.
Yeah, you have to check. I mean,
only in speculation. It means that, and in speculation even, you have to assume that if you cannot check it, you have to assume that this is true.
Yeah, we're in this, Betty. I think everybody's with us in the chat and everything. The conclusion, 'tis globe. But what is the argument to get you there?
I have to go through the whole thing again.
Is it just that parallel? That lights.
It's just the parallel. It's
just
pretty
based
much
around that one thing that all of the light from the sun has to be coming in parallel.
Yes, if it's coming in parallel, and if there's no shadow at Syene, but let me finish. If the light rays, if the 2 red lines are parallel, and if there is shadow at Alexandria but no shadow at Syene, then the alternate angle, then there must be an angle at the sundial, and that angle, given the the 2 red lines are parallel, that angle.
Internalize the angle.
Yeah, the alternate angles are going to be equal, from which we can immediately assume geometrically, and this is not logic, this is geometry, because of the similarity of the 2 arcs.
The parallel lines and the equal opposite angles, right? The equal vertical angles.
But in fact, you are making 2 assumptions. First, about parallel rays, and second, about the sphere.
Yeah, you are positioning that angle at the center.
You are yes. These rays are falling on, not on a plane, but are falling on the sphere. Or
I would disagree with that. As long as those lines, as long as the red lines are parallel, And as long as the one at Alexandria strikes the pointer at an angle, it then geometrically follows that the pointer from Alexandria must cross the pointer line in Cyan at some point. That geometrically follows.
No. It is
No?
based on the second assumption, which is not said, but it is, and it has to be, because this vertical in cyan is not parallel to this other one. So it has, so the globe is assumed already because these verticals are not parallel.
No, that's a corollary. That follows. All you have to assume is that the two red lines are parallel, and that the top red line strikes the pointer at an angle, right? Just given those two assumptions, it immediately follows that the pointer at Alexandria the line projected from that must cross the sundial pointer at Cyan. It then immediately follows from that the blue lines, the pointers, are not parallel to each other.
I am saying
that's very simple.
It's saying,
very simple.
Okay. I am saying that you cannot make just one assumption about parallel lines because it wouldn't work. So you have to have second silent assumption that there is a globe.
So if I assume that there is an angle, let's just take the two blue lines. Now, are they parallel or not? It follows immediately from just looking at it that if the two red lines are parallel, and if one of the red lines strikes one of the blue lines at an angle, the other red line doesn't, it immediately follows that the two lines must coincide. Pointers, it immediately follows the pointers cannot be parallel. Period.
I understand, but it will work only with other assumption that these verticals are not parallel.
No, that's
Yes,
not an assumption.
Because you wouldn't have the difference between no angle in Cyan and angle in Alexandria, or vice versa. I cannot
No,
see
it does.
that.
It follows from.
Betty. If light rays are parallel, then the verticals cannot be parallel. It's as simple as that. All of the fancy magic trick with the angle, putting it in the center, and then saying other things, they're irrelevant.
Bev, you're
Paper's
absolutely right.
I know. Paper did that.
No, paper seemed to think there's an extra assumption involved. There isn't any extra assumption.
Yeah, I said silent assumption. It has to be.
It's not an assumption. It's a corollary. You know what a corollary is?
It's pre-assumption.
No, it's not an assumption. The only assumption you need is that the two red lines are parallel. If the first blue line is part of the first parallel line, and the second strikes the other at an angle, it cannot be that the blue lines are parallel.
No,
so it's not an assumption they're parallel. It's a corollary. It follows.
No, I disagree. This is you have to have two antecedents, coincidental to each other. First, parallel rise. Second, non-vertical verticals. You have to have two, brilliant. Both.
Yeah, but I mean, I think you've missed the trick here. I don't think you've seen it. There's an obvious trick, like a magic trick that's been performed. You've just internalized an angle, but that angle is the equipotential angle of adjustment, a mind adjustment. You've unparallelized verticals with parallel light. This is the big stolen concept, the big paralogism, Eddie. In order to make verticals not parallel, what you've had to do is use parallel light to make verticals not parallel.
I agree there. If we want to prove that the verticals are not parallel, we have to assume parallel light rays.
Yes,
from the
and
assumption of parallel light rays, it follows from, there's no silent assumption, it follows from the assumption of parallel light rays that the verticals are not parallel. Correct.
But
yes,
that
but
doesn't
this
work.
this is circular reasoning.
Well, it's even worse than that,
I
Betty.
don't.
You
Why on
should
earth is
know.
it? No,
Because
it's
the
not circular either.
geometry of that you need for spherical geometry assumes no parallel
So you
lines,
seem to be.
doesn't it?
Are you
It
disagreeing with
has
proposition?
within its axioms no parallel lines. That's how you have to end up with no parallel horizontals, no parallel verticals. But you've used in your proof to get to those
Not
no
my proof. It's
parallels.
not my proof. Whose proof is it, Bev?
This
Whose
one's
proof
the
is
one
it?
that you've brought to us. You haven't seen this, obviously, because this is the stolen concept. You've used parallel lines to
I
prove
haven't.
there are no
Sorry.
parallel lines.
Are you
it's
talking
amazing.
about Eratosthenes' proof? Are you talking about
I'm
Euclid? I
talking
haven't given
about
a
the
proof.
proof that you've brought us today.
Yes, which is not my proof.
You claimed it as a proof, Betty. You brought it here as
It is-
a proof.
It is a proof,
Mm-hmm.
but
Like
it
you
is
just
a
said,
proof.
I'd say it isn't a proof. It's definitely, it's got a fallacy
Okay.
built into it.
If you say so.
Mm-hmm. It's a stolen concept. We've been telling Wally, we've been telling all the guys on Twitter, told Chaiki. Nobody seems
Right.
to understand what it is. Self-refuting claim. You're using parallels to prove that verticals aren't parallel. And hence
That is
horizontals aren't parallel.
correct.
And that is circular reasoning. That's why it is.
Don't see why it's circular reasoning.
In here, in this diagram, it is circular reasoning because you have not parallel verticals only with assumption that there are parallel lights, but you measure, or supposedly it was measured that they are parallel. This light.
Oh no,
is
no, I see
parallel
what you
because
mean.
you have already non-vertical verticals.
I think I see what you mean. You think they're proving that the red lines are parallel because the verticals are not parallel. Is that what you mean?
It means that because it has to be somehow related to what they have done. So some observations. So if the observation is that there is an angle in one city and no angle in other city, and with assumptions of parallel light, we have divergent verticals.
Divergent verticals, which follow from the assumption of parallel light, but nowhere have we proved that the light rays are parallel. We've only assumed it.
No, it doesn't. In fact, it doesn't follow. It is non sequitur because
What doesn't follow? What doesn't follow?
it doesn't follow that verticals are divergent because light is parallel. This is non sequitur.
Doesn't follow.
Yes, it is not the cause. This is not the cause of being divergent, that the rays are parallel.
We're not talking about causes, we're just talking about assumptions and observations. If we assume that the light, well, we've been here before, haven't we? We're not making any headway. Can I bow out now? Are there any other questions on?
Okay, I am done with questions. All right, I know what I know. Thank you very much.
No problem. Thank you.
And this
This was good. This was very illuminating.
This is as
Sorry,
close
Bev.
to the original as you can find, Betty.
It's as close to the original I can get. I wish the people in your chat would be a little bit more polite.
I say don't ever look at the chat.
I don't think I can shut it down.
You know, I fight the flat
Oh,
earth
hi,
taught
chat.
me that. Don't ever look at the chat on
Yeah,
the
it's
YouTube.
it's kind of off-putting.
Mm-hmm.
It'll throw you off your game.
Distracting and making you nervous. It is just shut
Well,
it down.
it doesn't make me nervous. It makes me sort of spit blood.
Just don't watch it.
Okay, I've got to go now. Thank you very much.
Nobody can
for,
control the chat. Thank you very much for coming, Betty.
Yeah, thank you. I'll sign off now. Bye-bye. Good night.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Wow.
I will be in 3 minutes.
Okie dokie. Interesting. The most exact, because even who was it that had the Carl Sagan, was it, with the bendy cardboard? Yeah. He had a well, didn't he? But so Beddy's gone against all of that, all of the known one well and a stick. He's come up with a new one, right? So it was a stick, a vertical stick, and no shadow cast. And the other one is a stick with a shadow cast. And from that, Beddy has decided, or well, Beddy's told us that Eratosthenes said that verticals weren't parallel. That's how he could draw a line to the center and get them to intersect. Direct assumption.
Yeah.
So remember that. Stolen concept. Fallacy. Self-refuting claim. You can use parallel lines to prove a geometry that states there are no parallel lines. Because another one of the corollaries, like he said, was the fact that if verticals aren't parallel, then horizontals also can't be parallel. And that means perpendiculars don't work like they would do within Euclidean geometry. So he's managed to use parallel lines for the light in the sky. Actually, Euclidean geometry is the only geometry that has parallel lines. So he's used those parallel lines and the geometry associated with those parallel lines to say that there are no verticals and horizontals perpendicular, which means perpendicularity doesn't work like Euclidean geometry states it does. I hope everybody can see the problem associated with this logically. I really do, because that's what we're doing here. This is a Trivium night. And this is probably one of the best examples of this. Which is very strange that Beddy tried to use, I think it's like one of the first examples of the parallel definitions within Euclidean geometry. As soon as you hear parallel lines, then you absolutely know that we are dealing with Euclidean geometry. And
How about
therefore you can't disprove Euclidean geometry with Euclidean geometry.
How about when you hear almost parallel lines? What are you dealing with then?
Not parallel lines.
Almost parallel lines.
Yeah.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Not.
Unbelievable.
I think he did okay.
Okay. He started off his whatever that was with 3 faulty assumptions. 3 assumptions right off the bat. And somehow you're trying to make logic. Even if you take them as logical, they still don't make sense. I mean, it's unbelievable. Let me build a house where there's quicksand and then add floors to it.
I don't think Eratosthenes was a real dude. They had him burning down the Library of Alexandria, you know.
I heard you say that.
Yeah.
Did they say that he burned it down? I thought it was the Roman.
No, it was him that was in charge of it at the time.
What did he do?
As though the story
Oh,
goes, right? You wouldn't want to have a real person tied to that, would you?
no chance. There's no way he burned down the library if it got burned down to begin with.
Yeah, I do like that one, Mike. If the light in the sky is Euclidean, then verticals and horizontals can't be.
Yeah, how about the other one? Night is day.
Yeah.
How about that
Bev,
one?
This is
Bev,
this
you
is,
have another guest. Sorry, but
okay.
you'll have to
Oh,
unmute.
Chaiki.
Before Chaiki,
Go
I
on.
can respond to that. If night, then day. It is fallacy of equivocation because it assumes that night is day.
To begin with.
Yes, this is pre-assumptions that night is day, and then we have tautology.
Yeah,
And
but you
okay.
can't do that because you check your P's and your Q's, right? Night cannot be day. It's a contradiction.
Yes, that's. But it follows that pre-assumption to have this valid, you have to equivocate night with day. That would work. But of course, it is not true. So in reality, it doesn't work.
Yeah, well,
So
like he said, then if night, then day, right? That should surely say, wait a minute, isn't there something wrong with this logic?
Well, I said it before he even got to that part. From the beginning. What? Day is night? Excuse me?
Yeah, it doesn't follow, right? And it doesn't assume, and it doesn't help anybody, especially in what we're doing here, right? This is practical use of it, not going into the draws with it. You don't want to be going into an argument about a ridiculous argument and why somebody might be able to make a ridiculous argument. You want to just be able to say, that's a contradiction. Don't put a contradiction in an argument. There's no way of coming out with a definite answer.
Yes, but
Yeah.
the answer for this paradox is because to find parallelism is to find the way that some person was mistaken. Where is mistake? Mistake is that there was, and it has to be, equivocation between day and night. So this is it. So yes, contradiction, of course, but
Yeah.
in mind of that person who thinks that it is true, he has to have this assumption, pre-assumption that day equals night.
Yeah,
Which
so
is-
it dies
which
right
is
off
ab-
the gate.
which is absurd,
Doesn't
of
even
Yeah.
the gate doesn't even open.
Yeah, you have to point that out to everybody, right? Because there are people who come into these arenas and they listen to people talking. And they might believe that what Betty comes up with is a valid argument because they may trust him as being a logician and being able to tell people it's not a valid argument, it's a ridiculous argument. Don't ever use anything like that to prove any point or anything. It's ridiculous. So, I mean, do you want Chaiki's view on Eratosthenes? Is everybody else okay with that? I think that may have been one of the first ever presentations of the true Eratosthenes done by Betty. We might be honoured to have that.
I will give all to that this is true. It's still Eratosthenes didn't prove that the Earth is globe with such and such circumference. So
You
that's
can't
my
prove...
point from I think 2016.
You
because
can't
I
prove
already knew that.
verticals are not parallel by using parallel light. Because
And then calling it
I
almost
would
parallel.
say that spherical geometry was born out of the need, the necessity for verticals to not be parallel. They needed to get rid of parallel lines. So using parallel lines to get rid of parallel lines sounds a bit ridiculous.
Yes, so this is double assumption, and this is hidden assumption because it was never said in that proof, so-called proof, that verticals are not parallel. So this is this silent assumption, not spoken.
It's a sneak trick, isn't it? It's a sophist argument.
Yes,
Yep.
And
sophistical,
he's
yes.
trying to sneak a few things past people in the guise of another argument, something that nobody would ever have done. Ridiculous geometry.
And this is a circular reasoning because if you have to prove that the Earth is globe, and of course it implies that verticals are not divergent, and you are using this non-parallel verticals in your proof, it means that this is circular reasoning. So you cannot prove anything with that.
Right, let's see what Chaiki's got. I bet Chaiki's known about Eratosthenes. There you go, Chaiki. Welcome back, Chaiki. I thought you left.
Yeah, make sure I'm on 100%, huh?
Pardon?
Make sure I'm on 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
well,
are
Eratosthenes
100%.
Eratosthenes never tried to prove the Earth is globe. He had other proof that Earth is globe. Just measure the circumference. That's all. And do you have any proof? Do you have any proof that
wait.
Sorry,
yes.
You will wait until I finish. 2 words. Do you have any proof that light? Bev, I'm talking.
Whoa.
I'm
right,
talking.
Chaiki,
I didn't start talking.
Right,
you talk
Chaiki.
over me.
Chaiki, it's
relax.
Okay.
Sit back. I'll finish talking. You will talk. Do you have any proof that light rays are not parallel?
Pardon?
No, don't end with the question, please. You had a claim that Eratosthenes measured. You used that word. Measured. How did he do that?
You heard the arguments. That's how it measured.
No. Measured.
Measured.
Not calculated. Measured. How?
Yes, measured.
He went through whole Earth.
It's how you measure stuff.
No. Measurement is measured.
Yeah.
Did he do it in bits? Or did he do it all in one go?
Did you not hear about this stadia? These stadia were measured with pace. They walking people. So we can say that this distance between two cities were measured. We can say that.
Right.
Because,
the distance was measured. The angle was measured. We know how many degrees there is in a circle, and that's how you measure the circumference.
Not measure, but calculate.
Yes,
this is
measured.
not measured.
You don't know how to measure stuff, so don't speak.
So he didn't measure circumference. He didn't measure. He didn't.
That light rays are not parallel.
Chaiki, you asked Paper to be quiet until you finished. So can you be quiet until he finishes his question, please?
No, he didn't ask no question.
My statement was that he didn't measure, and my statement is still.
Well, your statement is stupid. Do you have any proof that light rays are not parallel?
Do you have any proof how he measured circumference?
You were presented. I'm not going to repeat it. There's no way.
It was not presented.
Barry, walk you through this. If you didn't get it the first time, you will not get it the second time. Not going to do it.
Was it measured or calculated, Chaiki?
I'm not here to teach you. Well, you tell me. When your odometer, when your speedometer says 60 miles per hour, is it measured or calculated?
Actually, it's under 60 mile an hour because they give you a factor so you don't actually break the speed limit.
No, I'm asking, is it measured or calculated? Don't deflect.
It's under 60 miles an hour, so you don't go over speed limit.
When Bev measures
miles
straight line,
per hour.
Yeah, is it measured or calculated?
It's got to be calculated because it's measured
right. So
per miles per
right. It's
hour.
calculated. That's
Right, now,
we
how
measure
do
stuff.
you measure the distance?
Go. You just prove with the wheel you can measure the distance, Bev.
So
measure.
He went, so he
Measure,
went.
yes.
So Eratosthenes.
Did you
He had a
measure or
wheel.
calculated the distance?
He went
Did
through
you
whole.
measure or calculate the distance with the wheel?
Yes, so he
Not
went.
straight line, a wheel. Did you measure the distance or calculated it? Thank you very much. Do you have any proof that light rays are not parallel?
So he measured. Eratosthenes measured Earth walking with the wheel. Yes.
We don't know how they measured. They did measure, however.
I would say that he didn't, because he couldn't go through whole Earth around.
He didn't go through all Earth. He go through a part of Earth, and from that he calculated the whole Earth. That's how you do measurements.
He calculated only
That's how you do
with
measurements.
assumption
That
and
light rays are parallel. Yes.
Not
Now,
only
do you
not
have
only
do you
with
have a
with
proof that they are
with
not?
assumption. No, he was assuming a globe.
No, he wasn't.
Yes,
Well,
that's
didn't
why.
have to assume a globe, since all he
Yes,
had to
because
do is
without assuming a globe, you will have parallel verticals, and you have this angle only.
You have a broken
only
brain.
you can have only this divergent verticals with assuming a globe.
No, you will
Yes,
have it when you assume parallel lines. You have broken.
No.
How no? How no? If the
I
light,
will
if
explain you.
assumption-
I will explain you how
Okay,
no.
you explain it. Go ahead.
Yes, because if you have two parallel verticals and parallel rays,
You're assuming parallel verticals right from the start. Why? Why? Who
Because
told you?
they are parallels
How
in
do you know? Did you
geometry.
measure? What proof do you have for it?
And what do you prove you have that they are not?
Well,
I'm talking about assumption. You're talking about assumption. Yes,
but our assumption was that light rays are parallel.
Yes, and the second assumption, not said in argument, was that the verticals are not parallel. Therefore, the globe was assumed.
Let me put you a modus tollens. If light rays are parallel and the verticals are parallel, there will be no shadow on all verticals. Is that clear enough for you?
Yes, of course.
Yes. So there is a shadow on one of the verticals. They are not parallel.
No, because
yes.
No, because I can refute the premise.
If light rays are parallel, there will be a shadow on any of the verticals, and others not.
Okay,
is that possible in your Euclidean geometry?
Jackie, now my modus ponens or tollens. If light rays are not parallel and verticals are parallel, there would be a shadow on one of the sticks.
Right, but that wasn't the assumption, was it?
It was my assumption.
No, we're talking about the assumption that light rays are parallel, and we don't need to assume a globe in order to establish that they are not parallel.
No. We have to, because divergent.
No, we don't.
Divergent verticals exist only on the globe.
Making sense. Your argument is false.
No, it is not false.
If they are parallel,
because
there will be no, if there is no shadow on one, there will be no shadow.
Necessary antecedent for divergent verticals is a globe. You cannot have.
I don't care. No, it's not a globe. It's any shape that it's not flat. It's any shape that's not flat. the assumption is they are parallel, and if you accept
I've
this
done a drawing for
assumption-
you, Chikey. I've got done a drawing for you.
Drawing?
Yeah.
That would be the day.
Okay.
And another thing I want from you, Bev, since this
there you go. Have a look at that.
Yeah. Since it's well, that's not parallel lines, are they?
Yeah, the two verticals and they're with the horizontal. They're both. This is just the geometric picture. That's all I'm doing, Jakey. I've just shown you what a vertical parallel and a horizontal would be.
I get it, but the argument is that light rays are parallel. Can you produce light rays?
And that isn't a hairy bollock.
Bev, I can finish one sentence.
You like
because
it, though?
You constantly talk over me. So can you prove that with parallel lines you can have shadow in one on one place and no shadow on the other with parallel lines?
What, with light being parallel?
Yeah, sun rays being parallel.
Well, I'd say that if you look at
shadow in
look at the picture
no
I've got there.
Other.
Have you seen the picture I've got there?
Those are not parallel lines.
No, the two parallel ones are parallel. The verticals are parallel.
No, the verticals are parallel, not the light rays.
Yeah, the one that says not parallel.
So we're not talking about the same thing.
But that's where the sun would be.
No, we're talking about
the sun. The sun's shining light down vertically on that. That one.
Bev, I got it. Your argument is that I must assume a globe in order to have the shadow, and I don't.
Well, what they see that's the geometric version.
No,
Look,
I
Shaky.
don't.
Can you see that is the geometric version? In order for you to do whatever you wanted to do and what Eratosthenes wanted to do, he would have had to have gone against that geometric understanding.
You want to make Eratosthenes? Go ahead and do it. We're talking about Eratosthenes, which assumed parallel lines, and it does need to assume.
Well, that is parallel lines. That is parallel lines, though. All the horizontals and all of the verticals are parallel. That's what we're doing.
You're acting stupid now because we're talking about parallel light rays.
No, that's parallel within Euclidean geometry. That's parallel.
No, we're talking about the assumptions made by Eratosthenes.
Yeah, but see, this is where I was saying at the beginning, Shaky. Well, yeah, but what Euclid did, and when he wrote his geometry, he wasn't talking about light. He was talking about these lines in reality, vertical and horizontal.
Light rays are not lines in reality, Bev.
Well, not over the fact of vertical and horizontal.
Shaky, behave.
You have nothing to say, neither of you, because I'm talking about parallel sunlight rays, and you keep talking about verticals. No, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about parallel light sun rays, and you don't need anything.
You want to use parallel sun rays to disprove
anything else
verticals being parallel.
Rays, parallel light sun rays. If this is true, you don't need anything else to show that those verticals are not parallel. End of story. You have nothing to say
but
about
the verticals geometrically are parallel, Shaky, aren't they?
Go about it, Bev. You can't get it. Your mind is
no. I'm trying to say to you, Betty.
Don't
Shaky.
I'm not Betty.
Well, you sounded a bit like him. So
no.
In this, what I'm saying is the geometric understanding is this. These are the parallel lines that would be produced through the geometry. That Betty is particularly using.
No, that's nothing to do with what Betty presented.
Yeah, it is. He particularly used parallel lines within Euclid.
Your sunlight rays are not parallel, so it has nothing to do with what Betty said.
Yeah, he did. He used Euclid.
I know he used parallel sunlight rays. Not parallel.
No, he didn't. He didn't have anything to do with parallel sunlight rays.
No, everyone saw
I'll get it again, Shaky.
Go ahead. Okay, get it again.
And we'll read the assumption that Betty put in here. Oh, yeah, right, sure.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
And then what will we do?
Then you go and fetch for me the definition of establish.
Okay, right. Here we go, buddy. You ready? Says, straight lines falling on parallel straight lines make the alternate angles equal. Euclid, proposition 129. And where does it say about light rays in there?
Go on.
Straight lines falling on parallel straight lines make the alternate angles equal. You could say vertical, horizontal.
Go on. Did Betty finish there?
Yeah, that was it. Number 4. That was one of his assumptions.
That's when he finished.
Mm-hmm.
He said nothing more.
There's nothing.
He said nothing more.
Nothing in that one. It's number 4, Chaiki. I'll read it again. I'll read it again for you. Straight lines falling on parallel straight lines make the alternate angles equal.
That's from Euclid, right?
Yep.
Okay, now let's go to the diagram.
So vertical
and
horizontal, Chaiki, are straight lines that would be falling across each other and make the alternate angles equal 90 degrees, always. Every time.
Did Barry mention anything about vertical? Here.
Perpendiculars, Chaiki.
They are in the picture.
Betty
show a picture, and on the picture there are two. Go and see. It is in the
I
chat.
want everyone to see, not just me.
Everyone has seen it.
Yeah,
well,
during
that picture, the
please
light
don't
rays,
interrupt.
the
During
rays were parallel. Nothing else was parallel.
you think that if you will be shouting more and more, you will be
saying
more audible.
You lying because the only thing parallel in this picture is sunlight rays.
I am talking about verticals because you said that there is nothing about verticals. Yes, they are in the picture. These two sticks, these two sticks are supposedly vertical.
Supposedly.
Yes, because on the globe model they are not parallel, but still you call them verticals, and they are converging to the center of the globe.
Did they cast shadow?
It doesn't matter. I am talking about two verticals which are in the picture, and you said there are no verticals in the picture. So I think that you are lying.
Diagram. Don't talk without the diagram. I can't see it. We can talk about it.
You can scroll back and see it.
You can scroll back.
Well,
yes.
I can't, but not everyone else who's looking at the stream.
So why
I think everybody's getting pissed off with you, Chaiki, and they're leaving again.
No, they get
You're making my members leave, Chaiki, with your shitty argument.
I can make your members leave.
Yeah, they're pissed off with you, Chaiki. They don't want to hear you.
Definitely.
You talk shit.
No, that's not.
Yeah, you've got no argument, Chaiki.
Why did you brought?
It's obvious you have no argument.
I did brought my argument. You didn't counter it. You talked shit from here till the cows come home. That's what you did. You didn't address anything. You brought what you want to bring, not what Baby was talking about.
Okay. Well, you deal with the fact that straight lines crossing two parallel straight lines make the equal angles. Would that not be vertical and horizontal?
What?
Or could vertical and horizontal not apply to that you've got there?
Two parallel lines.
So there are parallel lines, but just not anything that's perpendicular.
Two parallel lines that don't cross two lines, but one of them is creating a shared light segment with those lines, and the other one is in an angle to those lines. Those two lines are not parallel.
So you're saying that you're going to use parallel lines to be able to say that vertical and horizontal aren't parallel. Right. You're going with Eratosthenes, right? You think Eratosthenes has a proof for that.
Well, do you have a proof to the counter that parallel?
Yes.
That light rays,
Yes.
sunlight rays are
No.
not parallel.
No.
Go
For
ahead.
straight lines,
don't.
no, Chaiki,
No.
Chaiki,
No,
not
no.
light.
That's the argument. That's
No,
the
this is
argument,
geometry, Chaiki.
No, that's the
Yes,
argument,
Euclid
Bev.
didn't do no. If
Well,
you read
yeah,
it, I'll say it
talking
again,
about light
Chaiki.
rays
I
now.
will say it again, Chaiki. All right, I'll go back again. This is the last time I'm going to say it, and I'm not doing it again. It says straight lines falling on parallel straight lines make the alternate angles equal.
Right.
Euclid, proposition 129.
Good. Yes. So what?
Right, so there's nothing mentioning light.
No, it's talking about parallel lines.
It's talking about geometry.
Parallel lines.
Geometry, it's talking about
Right,
Euclidean
parallel lines.
geometry.
Parallel lines.
Yes.
Yes, not light.
Yes,
not
parallel
light.
lines.
light.
No.
Not light.
Now,
brilliant.
Eratosthenes says sunlight rays come parallel. Do you have any proof they don't?
Do you have any proof they do?
No.
Yes.
Can you prove they
Chaiki,
don't?
yes.
Until
Chaiki, yes. If you are doing geometry, look at my
Bring
drawing.
the
I'll
proof.
put it back up on the picture again. I'll put it back up. The sun, if it is above on a circle, if it is above 1 point on a circle, Chaiki, how can it be parallel? How?
Again, if it is, Bev.
You're asking me if I have any proof, and I'm saying yes. Yes, Chaiki.
Well,
look at the picture.
Bring the proof.
If it is above one of the lines to cast no shadow, then how can the light from it be parallel on the other thing?
It will be very hard to explain to you, Bev, since you
Well, just try. Go on, give us your best.
Here, I'm telling you why it's hard to explain to you. Because you need to ask someone what is a 1 arc second of a 500 meters. You can't do it yourself. So you won't be able to understand why they come parallel. There's no way you can. Because you can't do the math.
Parallel lines, Chaiki.
Yeah,
geometry.
if they're far enough, they're coming from a source far enough, you wouldn't distinguish them from parallel or not parallel because the angle will be that small.
So now you are making another assumption that
It's not
the distance.
assumption.
Yes, it is.
That's why I'm asking you for a proof that they are not parallel. Because nobody ever could measure them not to be parallel. If you can measure them, they are always parallel. Well, go ahead, show me the proof.
The geometric proof is there right in front of you, Chaiki.
The proof, the physical proof.
Yeah, the Chaiki. The geometric proof is right there. It's very logical, Chaiki. You cannot have them all being perpendicular. You can't have vertical being perpendicular to horizontal, and then a distance between 2 points, and then another vertical that is also perpendicular to horizontal. There, it's in that picture. It's in the picture.
Well, your picture sucks. Bring me proof.
Geometric proof there, right in front of you.
Yeah, I want you to draw a picture that this is 5,000 stadia and the sun is 93 million
5,000
miles
stadia.
away. Draw that picture.
Straight line
Draw
distance.
that picture. We'll talk.
And you can prove, you cannot disprove that for example, the sun is very close and the light is divergent.
It's easily disproven. What you talking about?
Go, proof, please show.
Yeah, well.
Give us the geometric version of yours to go with this one, please.
You measure 2 angles. That's how you prove it.
No. Can
Not
you see?
one angle,
Can you see?
two
Can you see?
angles, and
Can
you
you see?
prove
Can
it.
you see this picture? Mike Jones posted.
Yeah.
Can you see in live chat?
Yeah.
Yes. Are they divergent or are they parallel?
What?
Sun rays.
Yes, they're divergent.
Divergent.
Right.
Proof. So.
No, it's not a proof. It's not
Yes,
a proof.
it is.
If you take 2 measurements of those angles, you'll be proving they are not on flat surface.
We are not talking. We are not talking. We are not talking about surface, Chaiki. We are not talking about surface. We are talking about divergent light, which is shown. Yes, divergent light, not parallel, of course.
Well,
so divergent means not parallel.
Measure the angles of two light rays.
So on this picture,
you will see that those verticals cannot be.
I can see with my naked eye that on Mike Jones' picture, this light
he has only one. He has only one, not two.
So you need 1,000 pictures?
No, you need two angles to measure. Two angles, not one, two. Two angles, end of story. Not parallel.
On this picture, this light is not parallel. I can see that. I can distinguish.
No, that it's not. No, the light is parallel.
Yes,
the
on this picture it is not.
Of the shadows will not be the sticks you have will not be parallel.
I will not say what it will be or not will be.
You don't
I
say.
can see.
Yeah, really.
I say what I see.
Then?
Yes, I say what I see on this picture.
On paper. You see lines on paper. Who cares?
No, this is picture.
Who cares?
This
go
is
and
this
measure.
is this is photo.
Go
photo.
And measure. Go
so
and measure
photo
rays.
supposedly
go and measure.
Give us a picture of
rays.
reality. So this is picture
paper,
of reality.
Go and measure sunlight rays. Okay.
We'll not talk. Measure. I can see them diverging.
You can see that what something Mike Jones put on a paper. What does it prove?
Could we not measure verticals and horizontals being perpendicular?
Jakey, it proves that the light is not parallel.
No, it proves that Mike Jones can draw lines on a paper.
He didn't draw. He just brought. He brought the picture. It means photo. So you don't believe that photo.
Wait. How far is the sun according to this picture?
We don't know.
It's just parallel. I don't care. Changing the argument.
Those angles are converging to a point. You can easily tell me where the sun is.
So they can't be parallel, can they? If they form a triangle, Chaiki.
If you follow the convergence of this line, that you think the sun will be less than 50 miles up.
Maybe
maybe.
So
but we know
to do with parallel, Chaiki. Keep your
how do you know?
Lines. Well,
how do you know?
Perspective. If you know anything about anything, you will know that those lines are parallel.
Yeah. The sun is above you.
Go ahead and measure them. Don't tell me.
How about that, Chaiki? The sun is above you.
Parallel. They are parallel, 100%.
No, and the last photo. The last photo. On this last photo, you can even see that the light is going backward, not only forward. It is not. Why you are over talking over some other people? This is not polite. On this last picture of Mike Jones posted, we have light rays coming into the viewer and backward. They are going to the sides and are going backward even.
That's what you
Can you see that? That they are going backward?
That's what you think.
No, what I see. They are going backward.
That's what you think.
How can you see?
I'll repeat myself.
This is getting old, Chaiki. No one's getting anywhere with you. It's obvious that you've got no argument.
You see.
Just obfuscation, Chaiki. And you're not even good at that.
Chaiki, so you are defying your own senses. So
no, I'm not.
I can see that
I'm not,
this light, this rise.
If you go and measure the angle to the sun, from
I'm not measuring. I am seeing that.
Well, that's your problem. That you see. You don't understand what you see.
I have no problem with
something you don't see.
I see. No, you don't see. You are defying your senses.
I see the same thing as you.
Yes, so you can see. So you can see this light is going backward in all directions. Yes, yes. Perspective is telling me that these lights,
lines.
no, they are going in all directions, all.
Parallel
Backward,
lines.
forward, left, right, in all directions. I can see
Parallel
that
lines
because I can see
converge.
perspective. Yes, Chaiki, this is brilliant proof.
Pepper,
It
stop
is
talking.
very
We
good that
heard
you brought up
We heard
perspective
you.
because
Parallel lines.
because of
Pepper,
perspective we
Pepper,
can
stop
see for
talking.
sure. Why? Because we can
Because,
see for sure
because,
because we can see
Pepper,
for sure.
because you didn't
Wha-
stop talking.
wha- Yes, because
Because
why?
stop
Why?
talking. I'm telling you
I
why.
am not
Because
finished yet. I am not finished
when
yet.
when you're
I am
going
not
to be
finished yet.
finished, that's your problem. You started
If
don't
Chaiki
know
No.
where
shouts
you
long enough,
began.
paper, you won't be able to talk. That's
What
his
you
theory here.
start, you
It's
don't
just
know
Yeah,
where
yes,
you
filibuster.
yes, I
finish.
know that
Filibuster.
tactic.
I'm amazed you didn't talk about
I know that tactic, Chaiki.
perpendiculars now.
Yes, no, we are talking about pictures with divergent lights
Right.
because you are saying that light is parallel, and on pictures we
Right.
can see that they are not parallel. That's the
Right.
point. Yes, yes,
So
you remember now.
do
Okay,
parallel
good.
line, do parallel line converge due to perspective, or do they not? What?
Yes, they
Yes, thank you very much.
Yes,
Thank you very much.
but you missed one point that in our eye they are converging.
Right. But
Converging.
they're still parallel,
Yes,
aren't
yes,
they?
converging, not
But they are still
diverging.
parallel.
Not diverging,
Are you
converging.
sure?
Yes,
Are you
yes.
sure? Are you sure?
Yes, because we have lens which converges the light, not
They
diverge.
converging, they
We are
diverging.
haven't got
diverging.
diverging
How do you know?
because
if they're
because
converging or
this light
diverging?
has to be focused on very
How do
small
you know if
area,
they're
on very
converging
why
or
are you are
diverging?
over talking?
I'm
On
asking you, how
very
do you know they converge or diverge?
Chaiki,
because
please stay quiet now and let paper
because
answer.
the big picture of our world is focused in a very small area of our retina. So that's why
That
I
makes
know
things
that
very
they are
clear. Right.
converging. Because
Anyone knows what he
big
said?
picture in very small eye, it means
Yeah.
they have to converge. Simple.
Have to converge. Really? So those
Yes.
lights converge or diverge? They
I
come from the
said
sun.
in eye. So
they come from the
we
sun. Do they converge or
but
diverge?
from the sun they are diverging because
Right.
you wanted to prove that they are diverging because converging in our eye. This is non sequitur.
No,
Bravo.
I didn't say anything about converging and nothing about our eye. I was talking about perspective again. You
perspective,
make up stuff
yes,
I never said, paper.
Yes, perspective.
You
Perspective
delusional.
is
You hear things in
no
your head.
perspective is perspecto in Latin. Perspecto to see through. So specto means see. So this is
that
our
help us.
vision.
That
Yes,
help us a lot now. That help us.
Perspecto. Yes,
That
to
really
see
help us.
through.
That now you go to the Latin roots of this.
Yes,
word.
Yes, thank you very much.
what,
It makes it very clear.
Yes.
Well, really, what did he make clear, Bev? Can you repeat what he said?
He was telling
perspective,
us. Yeah.
Perspective
No,
is.
shut up now. You turn the
No,
shut
no,
up.
no.
Chaiki,
You are not, Chaiki. You are not the host here.
Bev
You are not the host here.
Chaiki.
Huh?
Chaiki, shut up.
Can you repeat what he said, Bev?
There you go.
I said that perspective is from perspecto. It means our vision. So how we see things. So it is connected, of course, with our vision. So in our eye, the rays are, or whatever, lines, straight, parallel lines are converging. They are still straight, but they are not parallel and converging. But it doesn't prove diverging sunrise, because according to Chaiki's argumentation, they should converge, which is nonsense, of course. So I am sorry, but converging sun rays in our eye cannot prove that the sun's rays are not divergent. So this is non sequitur. But maybe Chaiki has not very good day.
On the screen there is a few definitions. One of them's what we call the triangle axiom. It states that if a straight line falling on two straight lines make the interior angles on the same side less than two right angles, the two straight lines, if produced indefinitely, meet on the side on which the angles are less than the two right angles. Put a GIF up of it before. It basically means, because there's a definition there as well, parallel straight lines are such as are in the same plane and which being produced ever so far both ways do not meet. That's in Euclidean geometry. That's the only geometry, the geometry of reality, that has parallel lines. None of the other geometries have parallel lines like that. So the very fact that Chaiki is using parallel lines means that Chaiki is using Euclidean geometry. Now, the very fact of this and Chaiki using these parallel lines, it means that verticals are parallel. There's no way to disprove the geometry involved. If Chaiki's using parallel lines, Chaiki's using Euclidean geometry, and Euclidean geometry is the geometry that gives us proof. And therefore, there is proof that verticals are all parallel.
Is that what you were trying to say, Bev, with your drawing that you put up? Because I for one, didn't hear any of your explanation, because Chaiki is just ridiculous. He won't let anybody else talk. He thinks it's his show.
Yeah.
So can you explain
I'll go back and
drawing
get the drawing
again? Thank
right.
you.
Okay.
I appreciate that. For those of us that would actually like to hear it.
All we had from Betty was numbers. There's a distance. There's place A and place B, and a distance of 5,000 stadia. It's just a straight line with a number on it. I mean, the number makes of no difference whatsoever. It's a straight line from A to B. And then at A, you've got a vertical. And at B, you've got a vertical. Well, the vertical's perpendicular to a horizontal, and that's how you measure a distance from A to B. Horizontal, straight line, there's your distance. Vertical at one end, vertical at the other end. Vertical is perpendicular to horizontal. They're both equal angles, therefore parallel lines, through the proposition that they said. Straight lines, if there is a straight line crossing them and they have equal angles, they're parallel. Especially if they're 90 degrees. That would make 180 degrees. And as everybody knows, in order to make a triangle, you have to have 180 degrees. And if those 180 degrees are within two angles, the triangle can never be formed, because all of the angles are within two angles, 90 and 90, 180. You can't make a triangle. Verticals are parallel geometrically. It's no big deal. Everybody knows this.
This is the point where Betty refused to admit that this is circular reasoning, but it is, because in this so-called experiment, the author, whoever he was, had to assume that verticals are not parallel to have this outcome. So it means that he had to assume spherical or whatever, not planar shape of the surface. therefore, it is called circular reasoning when you are seeking for outcome and you have assumed this outcome in your premises. So this is circular reasoning. Sorry, but that's it. Maybe didn't agree with that, but I can repeat it, and it is, for me, this is self-evident that this is circular reasoning.
It has been for me as well, ever since I first heard Eratosthenes. That's a load of shit. It's a load of rubbish. You've got a place A and a place B, and you've got a distance between them. That's a straight line. Like a straight line. And to put perpendiculars at either end of it, geometrically makes it just like that I've drawn there. It may be a very basic drawing, but it is very simple. These ideas. In order for Chaiki to decide whatever he wanted to do, he would have to draw something other than that. But that wouldn't follow the very basic geometric principles that horizontal and vertical are perpendicular, as known to everyone. Somebody keeps saying as well, I've heard some people saying that these have been measured. In which case they would have to have measured that vertical and horizontal are not perpendicular. And I've never heard anybody say that. Ever. And since we have a proof that the water level or level is horizontal, we can prove the horizontal. And if we can prove the horizontal, then you can prove perpendiculars at either end or anywhere along it. And if you can prove the perpendiculars to the horizontal, then you can prove that verticals are parallel. Obviously, it's just geometry. But you'd have to go against the geometry somehow. Oh, that's a point I got as well. Got a video. I did a little
Geometry and logic, because circular reasoning is logical fallacy.
Yeah.
And so if you are using this circular reasoning as an argument and as a proof, it disproves itself.
Right, it's a little video. I've got this on YouTube. I'm just going to play it now. It's about 1 minute. I've clipped a few bits together. The Globers will love this one. Ready?
By listening and understanding more on.
Well done, Brenda.
Do
No,
the
no,
points
no,
of
Rumpus,
constant
please.
elevation form a plane on the Earth?
Well done, Brenda.
But what he doesn't understand is that the term level is for a constant elevation.
Well done,
What's
Brenda.
meant by a flat earther? That's what a flat
No, that's
earther
a
believes.
horizon-
Points
that's
of
a
constant
horizontal plane.
elevation form a perfect horizontal
plane.
plane.
Well done, Brenda.
But what he doesn't understand is that the term level is for a constant elevation.
Yes.
That makes you a flat earther. Sorted.
Well done, Brenda.
No, on the
Yes.
globe, points of constant elevation form a sphere. You utter moron.
Well done, Brenda.
You
No,
utter
On a globe,
moron.
that happens.
But what he doesn't understand is that the term level is for a constant elevation. Points of constant elevation on the sphere, on the globe, form another spherical surface. You utter idiot.
Well done,
But
Brenda.
what he doesn't understand is that the term level is for a constant elevation.
Yes.
That makes you a flat earther. Sorted. Well done,
Let
Brenda.
me
Can I just finish that point, though? Remember, the Earth is incredibly flat. Well done, Brenda. The Earth is very flat. Sorted. Well done, Brenda.
Well done, Brenda. That's Rumpus in the elevation of the Earth. He says, if you think all elevation profiles are on a equal elevation or on a horizontal plane, then you're a flat earther. So on a globe, they have to be sphere-shaped. They have to be. They just have to be. We've been saying that people have been saying that. Well, does anybody want to finish off with that first? Let's get that one out the way, and then we'll deal with the rest of the stuff. I think we've done it right. Chaiki doesn't know anything about geometry. Betty didn't even see the fallacy laid down within the Eratosthenes. But it was nice of Betty to bring it over here and not sort of notice it himself. No doubt it will be something that we can go over again at other times.
But with Baby, we can conversate, but with Chaiki it is very hard.
It's awful, isn't it, Chaiki?
Yes, he even didn't understand what was said about this proof or postulate or whatever, because he didn't knew what was it about all the thing. So he asked stupid questions and distraction made some distractions and behavior not good. In comparison to Betty, very, very awful.
Okay. Anybody else, or have we done that? Can we move on to the next bit? Okay. This next bit, I'm not keen on doing this sort of stuff, and I don't normally like drama because I don't know. I think we like to stick to arguments and stuff. But it became aware to me that the other day that Arwin was talking about me. You know, there was a message came and said, Arwin's talking about you. So I messed about for a bit, and then I thought I'll go and check what it was. Let me get the screen on for you guys. That one. And move these screens over. Right, here we go. This is from not today, yesterday. And this is sort of what I turned up at to watch Chaiki's. See what the volume's like. Right, what do you guys think of this? Can you all hear this?
That explains a lot about you.
Loud and clear.
Okay, okay. So this is yesterday. This Godzilla says,
Brenda like uses a voice changer? Really? Huh. Okay.
Oh, this is a bit boring. He does this a lot.
That was a complete waste of time. Was it civil? Well, civil from my side as much as I could. I eventually had to kick her out because she was just like wouldn't stop rumpusing and shit. I don't remember. It's like 3 years ago now.
Brenda is talking.
But
somebody said that Brenda comes over here.
I should put, yeah, but I'm not really interested, Kevlar. I mean, I can barely find the time to watch stuff. Another show? Come on.
Kevlar says you will pop that.
Besides, I don't think I really like Bev. I have heard him. I just think he's annoying. He's just one of those types. And I don't even want to criticize him at this point. It's just like
Did he switch that sound off? Was that me?
No, that happened during his. He's gonna start bitching about it. I saw part of this yesterday because I couldn't believe that he.
Today, nothing. Today, microphone goes off like 3 times. Camera goes off 4 times. What the fuck is wrong with this thing?
It's all right. Owen, calm down.
You gotta chill out, bro. You gotta chill out.
I don't know whether this is a little bit earlier. Somebody sent me a message that he was talking about me at the end of the show.
I sound very quiet now. Why?
Quite a bit.
Doesn't look like it. Rumpus is like smug. And I've seen him also be just extremely patronizing to women also. I don't think he's very good with women.
Yeah.
Man, I'm really hungry. I still have like a piece of a sandwich from yesterday. I think I'm gonna eat that right now.
Oh, you're not gonna believe this.
Piece of a sandwich.
Yeah. You should just fast forward it because he eats a sandwich live on there.
About geometry? No. I mean, not when it comes to like the math department.
Doesn't like geometry. I think this is where I came in.
What? Oh yeah, don't worry about it much. All right.
Is he still eating?
Although, yeah, it was kind of hard to even stop that guy from just rambling on.
I can't believe this. I thought it was closer to the end. Like 15 minutes. Really?
Yeah, he's gonna go into detail.
Yeah.
How much he loves you.
Do I need to just completely break him down? Do I need to? Do I really? The inspector is really interested right now in that. He just wants to share how amazing he thinks Bev is. Okay.
Gadgets. It's got some great pictures as well, Alvin. You want to see his drawing?
What? What, you calling me a hater, Kevlar? I'm sorry, do I need to just completely break him down?
Do I need to? Do I really need to do that every fucking time? It's hard to hate conversations about reality. Yeah, if it only were. And not just, oh, look, I want to completely freely, by my own measuring stick, start describing things in my own little universe about how I think of reality. I'm going to make sure that it's not compatible. Yeah? Ooh, well, good luck with that, Bev. You can all do it your own will. You can have your own little micro-universe of how you see it. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. It's lame. You're not dynamic. You don't adapt. You're ego-driven. You're driven by your own longing of the contemporary situation. You don't have any cohesion on the long run. You contradict yourself constantly and then just brush over it like it's your right to be self-contradicting. Bev is ridiculous.
I don't know exactly how I come across, but if anybody can support any of these cases, I would be definitely willing to look at it. If there are any contradictions that anybody wants to come and tell me, that apparently I keep contradicting myself, says Arwin. But he doesn't want to come and talk about it. He likes to do this sort of stuff. I don't know where these contradictions are, and I would only know them if somebody else points them out to me. That's what we call paralogisms. We need our friends to point them out to each other. That's what I hope the Trivium's all about. And the communication between people. I don't know where this sort of stuff's coming from or what Arwin's talking about, but if he's after drama, I don't particularly want drama. There's a bit more of this.
Oh, water level test. Wow. Yes, yes, Bev, try thinking. Really. Yes.
I've just come in there.
Yes, you're driven by your own ego, whether you're going to agree with something, and then spend a year on blabbering on incoherently about your reason why you disagree with something when there's absolutely no fucking good reason for you to ever have done that in the first instance. But no, you can't agree with the Black Swan. No, let's blabber on endlessly about how you don't fucking understand a thing about it. Yeah?
Have we blabbed on endlessly? Because, I mean, it is, we can do logic and we can actually go over the Black Swan. I did have an entire show with Mr. Sensible going over the Black Swan. We've gone over the Black Swan many times. Many times. And if anybody wants to come and have a conversation with us about QE's Black Swan, then I'm quite willing to. I think we've got about 7 or 8 points that we can make about it. And it's willing to have an argument, a conversation about it anytime. I don't know what Arwin's talking about. We can have these conversations anytime. And the arguments only get better with these conversations. It's no good shouting at people. Having a misunderstanding about stuff.
What's ego? Yeah, that thing that you ignore. And that's why it rules you. That thing. That thing that you are. Because you deny it. Why do flat earthers? Well, I am not flat earthers. I'm Arwin. Why do I dislike him? I just laid it out. And now Bev is right here in the chat to start pissing over my chat with his nonsense. Thanks.
All I've put is really, after hearing Arwin, somebody said, Arwin's talking about you. So I go in there and I put really, and then he's doing ego stuff. And I say, what's up? Is this about the angle or the Black Swan? I'm asking him, what's it about? And he's saying...
Thanks for that, Kevlar. Thanks a lot.
Kevlar says, why do flat earthers dislike Bev?
He won. He already did it. No, I'm not misjudging him. I'm just not a very get-along-to-go-along guy. I find Bev extremely, excruciatingly annoying. I find the impulses that drive him excruciatingly annoying. I think that he's a self-imposed hipster that thinks.
What drives me? What's he talking about? I don't know. Arwin, anytime you want to come and have a talk, let's have a chat about this. I haven't got a clue where this has come from. I don't know who's been talking to you about what, who's been whispering things to you, what you've heard. I don't know. Until we talk about it, I do not know.
He's super special because he can do everything his own way by ignoring everything else and getting things wrong all the time and not correcting himself. Yeah? Annoying. I don't care about people that are so ego-driven that they even deny it exists. You suck, Bev. You suck!
He's not happy with me, is he?
I can't help him dying of laughter.
I could make a video of this.
Chill out, Arwin.
Some good points in this.
You need to chill out, bro. Come and have a convo.
He is so young and he behaves like Sean Hawkins or whatever. Not,
yeah, Kev.
That doesn't good look.
See you later.
He's just banned Kev. Kev got banned for something. I don't know.
If you love Bev so much, why'd you go hang around there? And don't come back, you hear?
It's like Arwin's just lost himself a subscriber there. He's just banned him for chatting to him in the chat. Not a good business model, I don't think. Thanks for watching.
Now, just keep your collection of numpties to yourself. Go over to your own show. Stop nagging me with your bullshit and your idiotic denial of foundational aspects of reality, including ego. Pathetic.
See, I only came over there because somebody said he was talking about me. And now he's telling me to go back. I think it's funny.
Yeah, you can fuck off now, Gadget Inspector. You don't have to come back.
Has he got rid of Gadget?
Yeah, I was talking about you because some people in my chat brought you up. And then I had some points of criticism. And then they kept on nagging and telling how fantastic you are. And I had to rebut that. Until apparently it became so important that you would have to just do it yourself in my chat. Because now you're going to show up. I mean, I only have a show every fucking day for 4 years. But now you got to show up. Right. Because now it's talking about you, right? You. Mr. Ego that doesn't believe ego exists. Huh? Yeah. I know how that works.
Who's been talking to him? What have they done to Arwin? So I'd never experienced this before. We just do what we do here.
The first time. Okay. Well, fair enough. I don't really talk about you because I just don't give a shit. I'm sorry. I've never heard you in all the years say anything interesting, ever. Not once.
Arwin always gets more insane when he hasn't got enough money and he's got no food in the cupboard.
Oh, he's all right. He's eating a sandwich. I look like a nice sandwich, that as well.
Yeah, but it's a 2-day-old sandwich.
Yeah, but I mean,
it's a crunchy sandwich.
I've got a gluten allergy. That's awful. I love to eat sandwiches like that, and I can't. It's not fair. Eating sandwiches like that in front of people. But this is yesterday, so I don't see.
Yeah. Jack off in your own hangout. I'm rounding out. Yeah.
I think he just banned me then.
To you big fans of him. You love him so much, why don't you go fucking join his show then? Don't come back. You hear? You can unsubscribe right now and fuck off if you love him so much. You get it?
I don't know whether to do that as a promotional. Do you reckon Arwin doing a promotional for Try Thinking?
I want to hear about him. He's never said anything worthy ever. Anything useful for anything. Ever. Okay? He's just a wanker whining all day long about his stupid little conception that don't add to anything, that only detract from everything. He's delivered no breakthrough insight. He's only worked against it. And I don't give a shit if you like him. All right?
What insight has Arwin brought us?
Well, I don't know what this YouTube does. I mean, like, literally, we are just a group of people all together here, all learning together. I think we're all students of whatever the fuck this place is, literally. And there's some weird shit going on. The way I see it, in order for all of us to keep fucking mental state together, you need people to, like, tell you what's going on. They need people to keep you active together and to advise you of all of these pitfalls and mistakes that you may be making. I don't know who said this to Arwin and where he's got this from. Surely this could have been sorted out by a conversation. That's what we're meant to be doing. But it appears that somebody's told Arwin something that I don't know. I don't know where he's got this from. It just doesn't seem like Arwin is doing okay. And it sounds like somebody has been telling him things, because if he says he's never listened to what I say, and if I've never said anything valid, then why has he got this sort of a reaction? Somebody must have been saying something to him.
If he's never listened to you, how can he comment on what you've said if he hasn't heard what you've said?
Exactly. It's not this is not a rational sort of thing to be saying, is it? Literally doesn't make any sense.
Don't visit this channel. I don't give a shit. You can talk blabber about me. You can call me evil or a troll or egomaniac. You can do a whole piece about me for like 2 hours straight, just whining and whining. Oh, bands everybody whining. Just go ahead, dude. I don't give a fuck because I don't watch you, and I don't care about other people watching you because I don't care about those people. You understand? So do whatever the fuck you like. Jack off in your own little platform about your special boy powers. Yeah? Your specific, unique way of doing things is the best way.
See, what's the special boy power thing? Is he getting onto my wizardry? Is he jealous? Don't know.
Do you walk around your house with a cape on?
I'm getting a hat. And I've got a big pipe. So, you never know. Top hat and a big pipe.
And a black stick with 2 white ends on.
Mm. And a water level in my pocket. Yeah, honestly, Arwin, I don't want to do a bitch fest and all of that. I'm not into the drama. But a conversation would be good in order to try and sort out what the fuck's going on. This isn't... Well, I mean, I don't... It might be normal for Arwin, I don't know. This just seems very strange for me.
Go ahead. I'll just keep developing what I'm developing and figuring out new things and attaining new, unique insights that have vastly enriched the overall oversight of a whole bunch of people. Yeah? I'll just stick to doing that. Right. So thanks everyone for coming. Hope you liked this show. Now, if you didn't, you're probably a Bev wanker. If you did, then yeah, stick around. Anyway, if you did, then please don't forget to Rogan's it up. And if you haven't already, subscribe to my channel and hit the bell notification so you know when I'm going live, which is normally 1 p.m. Amsterdam time in the weekdays and 2 p.m. Amsterdam time in the weekend. And please also do support me through the PayPal, Patreon, Super Chat, and the membership system join button. That would be much appreciated. And yeah, I could always use it, of course. I'm not rich, and I definitely ask for money on my show to keep running. Yeah, that's right. I ask for money. How dare I? Must be a shill or just in it for the money then, right? I mean, this is like the very best way ever to get rich. That's why I'm doing this, right? Just to get rich. I'm so rich. Yes. No. I'm just doing this because I like doing this. I think I have something to contribute, and I can. But I've never been a star with money, in the sense of just attaining income, so that's why I do this. Right, so I'll be back tomorrow with Flat Earth Early Bird number 1357 on a Wednesday, and I'm of course going to join the Flat Earth Debates, which has already started up over at Nathan Oakley 1980 channel. Hope to see you there in chat, and until the next video, keep it flat.
Okay, so that's our win. That was yesterday, and obviously I think I got banned, but I didn't know I got banned because you never know whether you've been banned or not. So we go on to today. I thought I'd pop in and have a look what was going on. I think we've got about 40 something here. Okay, so this one is today. After that,
right.
Oh, wait a minute. We can go 1.5. There's some big pauses.
So yeah, just to make a reference again in comparison to Bev, Try Thinking, who popped by yesterday, I banned him, and then I unbanned him afterward because I just wanted him to shut up in that moment. He was just escalating things, for me included, like my mood, when I was already not feeling great. Just bad foreshadowing. I explained, well, what happened later. So I just had to mute them, right? And I said, I was talking negatively about Bev and his show and his kind of kooky opinions in certain regions. More
kooky opinions. Don't know what that is.
As a defensive measure. I mean, I'd rather watch Try Thinking than Glowbusters. That doesn't say much because I really don't want to watch either. But it's not like, oh, Try Thinking is the worst show ever and he's just a shill.
No,
he's just
it yesterday.
He's like the garage band of Flat Earth. It's a very rough analogy. That's what it feels like to me. And yeah.
I thought this was a little bit weird, right? Yeah, it's like we've got Buster. Don't put music here to me.
Don't tell us no garage band.
Not when we've got Buster
right?
here, right?
Arwen, have you not heard Buster? Come on, man.
To be fair, I do use GarageBand for my editing software.
Yeah.
Yeah, but okay, if he means it in that way, okay.
No, I doubt if he does.
Yeah.
But I just thought it was funny.
Yeah.
I think, right, this is there was a thing, well, I think it goes through all of this that yeah, here we go.
I mean, amazing songs can come out of garage bands. Most of them is just kind of trashy though. So, just because you're in a garage band doesn't automatically make you good. But if you happen to be really good and you're doing a garage band, then interesting things may happen, right?
Yeah, he's not talking about you, Buster. He's talking about me, right? The analogy is a bit. He's obviously never seen. He's never seen that much because I don't think he knows about the music.
I don't know if that is the case with Bev, but that's just kind of the way I see him. Anyway.
Garage band, Bev.
Not a lot of what he says, actually. Right, it's not really a good... like, oh, he talks slightly less bullshit. Yes.
You see, what Arwen's doing here, and I don't know whether it's an attempt to bring drama into... I don't know. What's getting a bit stale? This drama with Bob and if you look in the chat, Sleeping Warrior's in, and I think Sleeping Warrior is winding Arwen up. Maybe the influence is coming from the chat. Let's say he may be guided because he did say that his mood yesterday was a bit off, and that's why he was doing what he was doing. So he might be influenced by emotions, let's say. And I don't think I am. Maybe a bit of a difference.
I'm gonna go there. I'm gonna make a little joke. It's at least when I'm watching Bev, not that I have a lot, at least I don't get the feeling like the guys on the panel are secretly like watching porn in the background or something. Because I just get this really gross feeling a lot of the times when I turn on ball busters, just because of the way they talk. It's just, there's something so fucking wrong there.
Did he say ball busters?
I'm not sure.
Listen.
Ball or globe?
I just get this really gross feeling a lot of the times when I turn on ball busters, just because of the way they talk. It's just this. That is the case with Bev, but that's just kind of the way I see him. Anyway. Not a lot of what he says, I actually... Right, it's not really a good... like, oh, he talks slightly less bullshit. Yes.
I don't know. Freudian slip, yeah? You, I think? Must be, really.
I'm gonna go there. I'm gonna make a little joke. It's at least when I'm watching Bev, not that I have a lot, at least I don't get the feeling like the guys on the panel are secretly like watching porn in the background or something. Because I just get this really gross feeling a lot of the times when I turn on ball busters, just because of the way they talk. He
did say ball busters. He can't have meant that.
That was a slip of the tongue,
yeah,
I'm sure.
He did say ball busters, but I don't think he meant it. Yeah.
There's something so fucking wrong there.
Didn't he say at the start, though, he was going to say a joke?
Yeah, but Sleeping Warrior's talking about globe busters. And, you know, he has said that us and thingy, whatever. Well, it's a bit inconvenient, that. I don't know whether people have... That might be us going back over it that have brought that out into the open. It might have gone unmissed before, but...
And, yeah, you might pick up on it, you might not pick up on it. It is a really more like a gut feeling. It's really like a spiritual thing, so it's not something like, oh, that's just the way they use their voice. No. It's just this weird, creepy feeling I get. Or not creepy, gross. Just gross. Anyway. It might also have to do with all of them just letting each other get away with saying incredibly stupid things that they should all know better about. Anyway. Yeah, Tony. Yeah. Right. Yeah, but Tony, look. It's not really fair to complain he has zero experiment when when it comes down to it and push comes to shove, he can't even define what an experiment or science is, really. I mean, he will do it, right? In just a general remark, and then immediately backtrack and just say, but you don't really have to. Just like heliocentric enthusiasts. Like the guy...
What's he saying? Can we... He's talking about experiment and science and things that I say about stuff. That sounded like incoherent babble. Try it again.
Complain he has zero experiment when it comes down to it and push comes to shove, he can't even define what an experiment or science is, really. I mean, he will do it, right? In just a general remark, and then immediately backtrack and just say, but you don't really have to. Just like heliocentric enthusiasts. Like the guy me and Jim Bob went up against on Jim Bob's show 2 days ago. Right? Bob does that. Just like, oh yeah, I get the scientific method, independent, blah, 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 blah. But like 10 minutes later, he'll just forget he even said that and then just completely redefine it again. Right? So how can you expect somebody to have experimental support for a claim when he's not even consistent with what an experiment even is? I know, Tony. I mean, I've known Bob for like 5 years now. I used to watch a lot more of him than I do now, but even like 3 years ago, he would already do this shit. He did this exactly the formula of what I just described. He already was doing that even with this incoherent dielectric acceleration. Did exactly that shit. It's one definition, No, that's correct. Yeah, and then just shove it to the side, right in the garbage, and completely re-roll it out a different way, and now it is. That is what it is. It's just.
I don't. Is this normally what
I think the
Arwin
whole
does?
procedure really falls just under gaslighting, if you ask me. Oh yeah, I get it. Oh, so you get it. Yeah, I get it. But this is actually what I believe and think and how I act, which is completely different from what I just said. Okay.
Who's he talking about? Is he talking about himself, or is he talking about Bob?
I guess since you allowed yourself to absorb hours of that shit
I
again,
think Bob, he was talking about Bob.
Before I just have to turn it off. Just cannot do it. It makes me physically ill. You, of course, is being Tony. I know that you probably watched like half or the entire show. So now you're going to be completely obsessed with it. Because that's what always happens with you, Tony, after you just watch something like that. Because you always watch more than you should. Because of your curiosity. But that's fine. Everybody has their own way of doing things. Yeah. Right, but anyway, yeah, about Bev again, I addressed this immediately at the start of the show. I was just in a really terrible mood, and trolls were there, and they were just, like, nagging me.
Trolls, that's you, Kev.
And then Bev got in there and basically just kind of tried to take over the show from chat in Bev style. He just like, oh, I can just do...
I tried to take over the show from chat. He literally went in and said, what's going on? Like... What are you talking about, Arwin?
That would be enough.
Yeah, trying to take over his show. It's crazy.
So if you can take the whole show with one sentence, it doesn't look. This show doesn't look good.
Sleeping Warrior talking about.
Do that. So then eventually I kicked him out because I just addressed him on, well, my universal philosophical criticism that I have on him since the start. He never let it go. Black Swan denier. He thinks that ego doesn't exist or he doesn't have it or something. The most
calls me a Black Swan denier. There are definitely black swans. I've seen them. Seen a black swan for myself.
Ridiculous little ego grabble that I've ever seen. And it's not the first time, by the way. Yeah, you're not the only person I've ever met that actually did that had a huge ego, fully dedicated in trying to gaslight everybody like he doesn't have an ego. Yeah, that's literally the devil trying to convince you he doesn't exist. I mean, cannot get a more literal example of that behavior than over at Bev's. Yesterday's show, Flat Earth Early Bird 1356. No title. Right, so that sort of thing, I addressed it. And I basically said at the end, like, yeah, just fuck off. And like, if you really don't if you love Bev so much, why don't you just unsubscribe from me and just go watch Bev's channel? That's kind of how it ended. Not a great way to end your show, but there was just something foul in the air that turned into a huge bill later with a massive demoralizing impact on everybody here. So I probably got like the early wind of that at the end of my show because I didn't know it yet back then. I just felt something. But yeah, I don't know. Again. Already addressed this. I don't think that Bev's show is the worst out there, especially compared to Glowbusters. I mean, I could probably listen to Bev. Cannot listen to
all right,
Glowbusters more than 5 minutes. I just cannot do it anymore.
You.
I cannot do it.
Well, I'll do that to you.
So, 30 people watching that chat. Yeah, I guess so. Or maybe a whole bunch of people, just like me, had some kind of a terrible, terrible bill yesterday.
There's a little bit here. Sleeping Warrior says, yeah, his problem is he does seem to deny the Black Swan point. Maybe he doesn't understand it still, ? Blurfs still ignore and deny the point it proves. I'll have a discussion about it with anybody. In fact, I've had a few over the last few days as well. Talking about QE's Black Swan. That's it.
So they're all just like too distracted to like join my show. I don't know what it is. And definitely not a flat earther? What? What are you talking about, level bastard? Oh, you mean he insists on not calling it a flat earther because of ridiculous, outdated cookie reasons? Yes.
Arwin, this is Arwin talking to level bastard. Just some guy in his chat who I presume comes and watches us. Well, he is a member. But yeah, he's just saying that Bev just says he's not a flat earther. Fair enough. But Arwin seems to think, Arwin's reasons for me, I'll have to keep pausing it to let everybody know.
Yes, level bastard. You lurk a lot? Okay, then. That's fine. Flat Earth is ridiculous. No. What's ridiculous about it? As ridiculous as globe Earth? No, it's not. To be more precise, if anything, the globe Earth model is directly lifted and reconstructed based on top of the flat Earth model, the disk model, that I do not agree to, by the way. So you cannot compare them, except for both being part of a false dichotomy that everybody likes to trap everybody in. I think he means, yeah, but that's just retarded straw man, Tony. I mean, I'm not even going to address that. That's just the kooky, retarded arguments that Bev likes to say. It's just a bunch of blabber nonsense. I know it is not flat. Oh, really? So what is the geometric orientation of the Earth's surface within Euclidean space? Level bastard. You tell me. Yeah? Describe the number one aspect of the geometry of the Earth's surface. Yeah, not the shape, not the relief. The geometry of the whole.
Euclidean geometry. Literally Euclidean geometry. I don't know what he's talking about. The Earth's surface is described by Euclidean geometry. Vertical rises, horizontal distances.
How do you describe that geometric aspect?
Euclidean.
Of the Earth's surface? How do you describe that?
Euclidean.
Flat has many... No! What the fuck are you talking about? Flat has orientations?
Sleeping Warrior says, I think he means that flat Earth denies mountains and valleys. Ridiculous statement. Professor Phil Bell, definitely a real professor. Only real professors would come on YouTube with professors in their name. Professor Phil Bell says, level bastard, Bev is definitely a flat earther. He is just ashamed to be called a flat earther.
Seem to be linguistically disconnected there. That makes no sense. No, it doesn't. Besides, what the fuck does the fucking orientation of the Earth's surface even matter? It's flat. It doesn't matter how you look at it, whether you think everything is upside down. Everything, like the flat Earth is upside, it doesn't fucking matter. That doesn't take away from that it is technically, geometrically flat. It doesn't fucking matter. But you could, even a wall is flat. Who gives a fuck? Doesn't matter. It's flat. That's a fact.
It's a fact. It's not flat. I don't get this. I really don't. It could be vertical. Flat could be vertical. And Arwin doesn't think that's an argument against flat Earth, that it could be vertical. It could be upside down, according to Arwin. It's madness.
I'm not banned, Gadget Inspector. Which I can ban you if that is literally how you're going to re-enter after I unbanned you, Gadget Inspector.
It could be at a 30-degree angle as well, and it still could be flat.
Yeah, that's what he said. He says it in a bit.
If you're going to insist, it's up to you. I don't have a big threshold at this point to do that.
Level Bastard there says, flat has many orientations. while level has only one. Very good comment, Level Bastard. Simple comment. See these butties again.
Is that the same sandwiches from 2 days ago?
No, that one looks like a crunchy pastry sort of thing, that one. That one looks really nice. Can't eat them sort of things either anymore. And then he does, but that's because you're model afflicted.
Next time, just test with the thing that you wanted to say. What?
What?
Are you talking about me, Rick Mac? The professor in the movie Waterboy. What? Is that character supposed to be resembling me? Extremely! That's extreme matter. It's flat. It doesn't matter that flat can be vertical or diagonal. It doesn't fucking matter.
Let me get this one. There we go. It's a build up to it.
Something
Sandwich
flat. No,
build
but
up.
no, you're just using it as a general description. That's why I specifically invoked the word geometry. And then proceeded to say, it doesn't matter how that flat is orientated. If it's all flat, it doesn't matter if we're upside down from some perspective. It doesn't fucking matter. It's flat. It doesn't matter that flat can be vertical or diagonal. It doesn't fucking matter because it's all flat in one single geometric orientation. And it doesn't matter if it's upside down or sloped or anything. It
doesn't matter if it's upside down or sloped or anything. The only thing that matters is that, like, you think flat is not flat if you tie it in with geometry somehow.
If the thing has orientation, it has to be orientated to something else. So it does matter.
Well, flat is not an orientation. I think that's one of the big things, right?
Yes, but if we are talking about horizontal, vertical, and level, it is orientation. So
yeah, but he's not though. He's talking about flat specifically. You know, like this is the Trivium sort of night thing. When flat bastard, level bastard is something flat can be sloping while level has only one orientation. You know, like this. That's a good statement. Level is a better descriptor of things than flat, especially because it's more direct. It has a more defined thing. Flat would come before level. You would be able to say it's flat, but in the horizontal position. Which to me is always like you probably go on about this sort of stuff, and there's a lot of people that are going to say this. I'll say this: flat is an indefensible position to go into any argument with. No way would you be a student of the Trivium and be able to enter into an argument with somebody about something being flat. It's obviously not. You would not be able to defend that position in argumentation. Never. So, I'm sorry. It's like in order for you to be able to debate about anything, you can't start off with a misnomer.
Flat, 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 flat. And Bev is just being an oppositionally defiant ass about it.
No, I'm not.
Or he's just extremely desperate to try and void the flat earth stigmata. Yeah? That's
No, it's just an indefensible position. I quite like flat earthers. I love to be able to trigger the shit out of people with just to make them think about flat earth is enough. And me be able to say, definitely not a flat earther. There's Level Bastard. Get in there. Well done. Especially with this. I mean, yeah. But, I mean, there's definitely something behind this. You know, this statement that it's not flat. Observably not flat. Provably not flat. Yeah, I don't know. There's the, you know,
measurably not flat.
Well, yeah. Yeah, that's the main thing is the argument that we have is that elevation is measured on the vertical, and we know how to do that, and the vertical is perpendicular to horizontal. Horizontal is how you measure distances from point to point, which geometrically makes all the verticals perpendicular. And any measurable change in the vertical is called an elevation change. You'd be ridiculous to take on the position that it's flat. That's stupid. I'd never take that position. And that's why I'm where I am at the minute. I've never been taken that position. I could make an argument for flat earth, like I have. Just to trigger people. They're not very good arguments. You can't make a decent argument for flat earth. You can't make a decent argument for the globe earth. You can only make arguments in logic, and that's based on reality. There's only one reality. Let's just deal with it.
Stigma, he's trying to avoid it because he's a social coward and will not just take responsibility to face the triggering, to face the conditioning specifically designated against us flat earthers. He's just too cowardly to take that responsibility on himself.
No, I'll win. No. You think I've not took any responsibility? I've been called all sorts of names. All sorts of names. I don't know anybody else that's ever been called and had all of this shit I have to deal with. Regularly. It never really ends. I'm sure everybody understands that. But this way, when you end up saying statements that are true, geometrically true, and end up getting people like Arwin saying weird stuff about you, all because I'm not taking on the moniker that he wants. This is ridiculous.
That's how I see that. It's nothing to do with actual argumentation. All of that is just excuses, just to not having to call yourself flat earth so you don't get the triggering because you're a fucking wussy.
So he says it's got nothing to do with argumentation, but I've just basically said to everybody, anybody that comes around here, it's an indefensible position. You would never be able to go into a debate with the position of flat earth. It's ridiculous. So yeah, I would base it around arguments. Definitely. And there are definitely proofs it's not flat. That there's arguments to go with those proofs, obviously. But I know people have been given names about stuff. And I don't normally go after or, you know, talk about this, but this is the side of flat earth that I don't want to be associated with. This, Arwin. Aggressive flat earthers.
Only thing that level earther makes you sound is like a really annoying sniveling hipster.
Not a level earther. Not an earther at all. It's fucking ridiculous term. A nonsensical word. Not a real word, earther. Not a thing. Don't jump into a group.
That's what that does. It's dumb. It's not smart. It's dumb. And
Yeah,
really
it's
blatantly
dumb.
obvious.
Don't call yourself an earther. Don't ever get into an argument
him,
about
probably.
Earth with anyone. They're crazy.
Oh. Okay, Professor Fibble, I have no idea. I was talking about you. Right. I haven't seen that movie, so...
Just like a nice pastry, that.
A model afflicted? A really level bastard?
Yeah, you are, Owen. Definitely.
What model?
Earth.
What model is... I take it you're talking to me? Or are you just generally blabbering? Who's model afflicted? And what model? What model? Yeah? What model just spawned forth my argumentation? Can you tell me that, level bastard? What's the model that's afflicting me? Causing me to give you the argumentation that I just did? Level bastard.
I don't know whether I should speed this up even more. I didn't realise he had this many breaks.
What argument? The one that I've been, like, ranting on for like 10 minutes now? Against you specifically? Or did you forget? You got this show on mute or something?
What was the argument? I missed it.
We're talking about level versus flat as a description for the orientation of Earth's surface. That argument. Yeah? That has nothing to do, my position within it, with model affliction.
Let me say that again. I didn't quite get that.
For the orientation of Earth's surface. That argument. Yeah? That has nothing to do, my position within it, with we're talking about level versus flat as a description for the orientation of Earth's surface. That argument.
So there's an argument with level versus flat for the description of the Earth's surface. Well, the Earth's surface isn't level and it isn't flat. It's neither. That's a shit argument. Ridiculous. I don't think you understand, or many people understand. Definitely not Arwin. What level or flat is. It's got a picture of a fucking mountain in the background. Like, which part of that mountain is either level or flat?
Yeah? That has nothing to do, my position within it, with model affliction, because you cannot even tell me what model, flat Earth model, I used to derive that argument from. Because it's not involved. You're just strawmanning.
His argument was the orientation of the Earth's surface being level or flat, or... I don't know.
Hey, Susie, that's good to see you. Welsh Reese? Okay, seems like Level Bastard just moved off. Guess he felt he had nowhere left to go. Very wise of him.
The Sleeping Warrior's in here saying, Level Bastard does level curve. Sleeping Warrior does level curve.
Oh, damn it. Nathan's not doing a live show.
And Professor Phil says, Level Bastard does level does not mean flat.
Crap.
think I come in about 46. Still eating. Oh no, there's me.
Yeah.
What was all that about yesterday, I say?
Hi, Bev. I unblocked you yesterday because I thought that might have been slightly unfair, but yeah, just don't give me lip. Or I will do the same thing again.
I didn't know it banned me at this point.
What was that about yesterday? Just watch the show. Hey, Jado. Good to see you. I mean, I talked about it like pretty much the entire show, so... Yeah, okay, you can fuck off. Get the fuck out. Yeah, asshole. Level bastard, asshole.
I think he just banned level bastard.
Yeah, you know how I literally asked you to clarify your argument? In a very specific way, and now you're saying model meltdown. Well, go fuck yourself. I asked you what model. You didn't even answer. Even though I asked like 3 times. So you can fuck off now with your fucking little straw man bullshit.
He's very upset.
Want to come over and chat? No. No.
Doesn't want to come and chat. That was me asking him. If he wanted to come and chat about whatever it was that...
Oh, ask and receive. Are you addressing me? Addressing me? Is that you giving me lip about that too? You know what happens when people do that in my chat, right? You do realize what happens. Is that what you want?
I've never experienced Darwin. You know, this is the second day, really.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, fuck off then. Bye. Hey, Guns Never Own. Good to see you.
This is me asking him questions. He's got his chat on the side here.
Yeah.
At level, okay, but you stick around once you're banned.
I don't want to get involved in this semantic nonsense.
And then Sleeping Warrior's in there now saying he was asking level bastard, but now he's asking me, does level curve? Yes or no? That's Sleeping Warrior's asking these questions. Sleeping Warrior asked me in the chat, does level curve? Yes or no? And I say level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. You know this. And then Sleeping Warrior says, agreed. Can you admit and accept that level does not curve?
Sure, of course.
And I put, level is a straight line.
I might go on further since you're not having a live show.
Straight lines don't curve, horizontal doesn't curve, and planes don't curve. What the question for? And Sleeping Warrior says, agreed. Can you admit and accept that level does not curve? Sleeping Warrior again after I've just replied with that.
Sure, that's fine.
Maybe some lawyer's tactic.
Well, and then I say, he says, agreed. Can you admit and accept that level does not curve?
But you just admit and agreed. So
yeah, and then he puts, great, great, we agree. What about flat? Does flat curve, Bev? Yes or no? This is Sleeping Warrior. I don't know what he's doing. Like, why is he asking me about flat?
Tony, look. You see, this is just the shit that I really, really do not like about Bev, is that he just will not straightforward answer a question. If somebody asks me a question, I immediately answer. Like, immediately. Like, faster than they want it answered. That's how fast I answer a question, directly, instantaneously. Bev doesn't do that.
Arwin answers questions like that before you've even thought of the question. He's ready there to answer it. Even when it's a fucking ridiculous question asked by somebody in the chat of somebody else's fucking show. Does everybody do that, right? You know, you're watching somebody on a YouTube channel and they're talking shit about you and you say, you all right, guy? You know what you're saying. And then other people start asking you questions and you're automatically supposed to answer every question that every other random person puts in. I don't know what's up with these people. I know people are struggling, right? And this COVID has ended up with people in a frail state mentally. But this can't be normal. Sleeping Warrior in the chat asking me if flat and level curve. And Arwin saying that I never answer questions.
No, he will spend an hour just turning around and just never actually doing it. I find that excruciating. I find that an excruciating quality of Bev. Because he also does it when it's completely pointless. He just likes, on a personal note, to waste people's time. Making them just follow him, just turn around, just never fucking answer the question, right?
Remember, Arwin's never watched me or anything, so I don't know who's been telling him this. He doesn't watch me, he doesn't like watching me, he doesn't do anything, so somebody must have been telling him this shit.
Or maybe he's just inventing.
Well, he's probably just, venting his frustration with other people on somebody like Bev, right? It's just a character. You can just make up shit about Bev. Everybody else does. Nobody needs to come and actually talk, and then you can find out what actually you're meant to be saying about Bev. Talk around in circles about things, apparently.
I am okay. I'm just expressing a little analysis about you that you literally are on the spot demonstrating about not answering questions. And that's why I can't stand you, Bev. That's why I don't watch your show, because you do that.
You can't stand me, right? That's a bit more than just don't watch.
You don't just use that trick in an emergency. No, you do it with everybody. You waste people's time.
The trick? You don't just use that trick?
How can he have an opinion of you if he's never watched you? He's never saw you.
Somebody must be whispering in his ears to make him like this. It sounds like he's never talked to us, or he doesn't want to talk to us. He doesn't want to do anything because somebody else has poisoned the well. Somebody's been whispering in his ears. And I reckon that person's, all over the internet. There's loads of people out there now that want to badmouth us because they don't want anyone coming here and getting involved in this wonderful place we have here. So much learning goes on. I don't know. I honestly don't know what all of this sort of stuff is. That's why I'm not after the drama. But this sort of stuff needs to be pointed out. That somebody's making a rift where there needs to be none. We're all just trying to find the truth. We're all trying to come together to get arguments. They're just different arguments. There's no wrong with it. There's no wrong with talking about each other's arguments. There's no need to get upset.
Slightly disagree with that because the arguments, you want to actually get a conclusion from it, whereas you've already got a conclusion, whereas the globe Earth and the flat Earth, they'll never ever get a conclusion. So therefore, they'll keep on propagating the argument all the time, and they'll just keep on going round and round and round in circles.
I think that's the bit at the minute. We've found out that the globe doesn't have an argument, and consequent to that is that, you know, I don't think many people do actually know what the argument is. You can find yourself in the middle of a conversation and say, what's your argument? What is the case that you're making? And I don't think many people can actually give you an answer. They get lost in it. And that's where I think we're at. I think that's where maybe where Arwin's getting this from. I think everybody could use to study the Trivium.
By not answering a straightforward question, a yes or no question. You just don't do it because you're neurotic for no damn reason. Yeah, the question, Tony's question that he asked like 4 times in the chat. Does level curve? Yes or no?
I don't know how many times I put. Level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. Level doesn't curve. Straight lines do not curve. Horizontal planes do not curve. How much simpler can it be?
He asked it 4 times.
And I answered it fully. Twice.
And that doesn't mean, oh, this means that, and that means that, and that means that, and that means that. That means yes or no.
Doesn't this sound familiar, the yes or no? I mean, I don't know if anybody else knows this.
This is game of false dichotomies game. But this is just childish.
Yeah.
You answered very well, too well. So there's no problem. For me, it would be no problem. And for example, in court of law, it wouldn't be a problem also.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'd say Sleeping Warrior's asking the question. I mean, how stupid a question is it? Surely everybody knows my stance on level by now. And obviously, it doesn't mean that flat would end up curving either. These are ridiculous questions asked by adults that should know better. It's wasting time, all of this stuff. It's ridiculous. Causing a rift over stupid questions that don't really need to be asked.
Or is it just winding Arwin up?
Sleeping Warrior is the one in the chat asking these questions.
Yeah, but
he's saying he's getting pissed off with him, but he's getting pissed off with me rather than getting pissed off with Sleeping Warrior asking the stupid questions.
Yeah, no, is Sleeping Warrior winding Arwin up to have a go at you?
I think so. I think that's the sort of way. But I mean, do you think Arwin could be manipulated like that? There's a possibility, but I mean, I don't know whether Arwin would be able to do that. I mean, I don't know.
Oh, 100%. Arwin thinks himself as an intellectual, but unfortunately, he's... No, I'm not going to say it. No, I'll leave it at that.
Sleeping Warrior here says he agreed that level doesn't curve. Now we are asking him if flat curves. We are asking him. Now he agreed that level doesn't curve. Now we are asking him if flat curves. For what purpose, Sleeping Warrior? For fuck's sake.
Can rather than that. Sure, fine.
He agreed that level doesn't curve.
always count on a baller to be even dumber.
Say their level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. It doesn't curve. And Professor Phil says, I know you badly want to believe that.
The point is, Earth is flat. There's no bloody reason to not just call it that unless you specifically want to avoid the conditioned stigma of society as a negative response specifically to the word combination flat Earth. It's not because it's technically an argument, it's just because he's trying to avoid some social effect.
There's no social effect being a flat earther. There is in argumentation and debate. Stupid thing. So Sleeping Warrior says, right, this is the idea. He's asked me the questions. He does level curve, does flat curve. So Sleeping Warrior now says, great. So we can agree that level and flat do not curve. So the orientation of level and flat is not relevant. It can be any angle or orientation, says Sleeping Warrior. That's the idea of him asking, does level curve? No. Does flat curve? No. Oh, well then, we can have them at any angle. No.
Yes, he was leading you, Sleeping Warrior, to falsely equivocate level with flat, and he's talking for you.
Yeah,
he's writing for you this expected answer, which you didn't give him. He is writing himself, and he is waiting for your approval.
Yeah. His next one was level flat sets us our datum point from which we can then get vertical. Agreed?
What?
Yeah. Yeah, it's all based on the does level curve? Does flat curve? Then you sort of equivocate those two things together because neither of them curve. You can then say they're both the same. No, Sleeping Warrior, that's fucking ridiculous. One of the worst arguments ever. And probably one of the ones that you don't want to be a flat earther, because if that's the sort of argument you have to get, it's fucking ridiculous. It is almost as bad as the Globers, right? The Globers start off with is globe. 'Tis globe. And these guys are going, well, we've got to have flat. That's our starting basis. We've got to have flat. It's just as bad. Both model afflicted.
If you're not careful, you can fall into that trap very, very easily.
Mm-hmm.
Level and flat.
Yeah, flat's not an orientation, though. That's what Level Bastard was saying earlier.
Yeah.
It's just not. It's a visual surface descriptor.
That's what I usually do on my show. Yeah, absolutely.
See that? Yeah. I don't know how Arwen shows. I'm asking him if that's what they usually do. But not only him, I'm asking him and Sleeping Warrior. Do they double team to get this sort of ridiculous shit out of the people that they have in chat?
No, it's not a misnomer. The fuck?
Right, here we go. He says it's not a misnomer. Sleeping Warrior. Sleeping Warrior says the curvature of Earth would also set a datum point. You could then get a tangential plane. I'll say that again, because most people may not understand it, and I'm presuming that Sleeping Warriors knowing that most people wouldn't understand it. But I'll say it again. Sleeping Warrior. I don't know if it's got a spanner, so I presume it's the real Sleeping Warrior. Sleeping Warrior says the curvature of Earth would also set a datum point. You could then get a tangential plane. Not with an auto level, you couldn't.
But still, I think maybe this game is on this stage that Brenda is playing Flat Earther and Sleeping Warrior is playing Globe Earther, maybe.
Yeah, that's definitely a Globe Earth thing to say, that, isn't it? Talking about a tangential plane. After just saying about level, not curving.
Okay. Yes, of course he's saying would. But so it would be mere speculation. But why he would do that? For what purpose?
Yeah, that's why I was asking. You know, like I'm asking, is that usually what you do in your shows? And I've just put down here what, as in like a response to Sleeping Warrior. I mean, don't know. I'd just gone on to find out what was up with Arwin. And Sleeping Warrior's asking me a load of stupid questions and winding Arwin up into having another go at me again. Ooh.
Who is Bev? Try thinking. His actual name is Bev. There with 306. Not sure why Bev is getting a hard time. Well, he kind of inherited it because there were other people that were acting kind of like him. And so he feels like, oh no, I need to defend that legacy of these ridiculous things that I've claimed. Like the Black Swan is debunked. And the Earth isn't flat, it's level. And
I've never said the Earth isn't flat, it's level. That's ridiculous, Arwin. That's other claims that people have made. Not me. If anybody wants to come and talk to me before they start claiming that I've said things that I haven't said, just come and have a chat and then you can know what I actually have said. If you hear me say it, then you can say I've said it, especially if I'm in conversation with you.
I have no ego. Just these things are quite intolerable to me. I addressed it all yesterday. And I did again today, and now he's here, because apparently he thinks he has to defend his genius legacy.
Genius legacy? Don't have a genius legacy. Just a normal bloke. He's been put in a position by a load of people calling me a child abuser for saying level is horizontal. And that's where I am. I'm here now. This one, Sleeping Warrior puts this comment. Now, put this on top of the other one, right? But one you get level flat circumference, literally level slash flat slash circumference. That's Sleeping Warrior, yes. Sleeping Warrior writes, but when you get level flat circumference, you have a datum point from which you can get vertical. Is that agreeable, Bev? Yes or no? How do you answer that question? Sleeping Warrior has put level flat circumference. 3 words together. One of them is the odd one out. Can anybody see it?
Yes, of course, we can see.
Level flat circumference. Sleeping Warrior.
2D sphere.
How are you meant to answer yes or no to those sort of questions? Because he's already set it up with Arwin that Bev doesn't answer questions and then put a fucking stupid question like that in and then say yes or no. Do you agree? Yes or no?
The answer's got to be Donald Duck.
Definitely lawyer's tactic. So sophistry, just.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's the one where you've got a backup as well, right? Just not a one-on-one type thing. It's the sort of thing that Rumpus would do. So I say, flat Earth is a misnomer. Anybody wants to come and have the conversation about that? We can do that. Definitely. Contradictions. Flat Earth is a misnomer. Nathan says, I got here late. Not sure exactly why Bev is getting a hard time.
Like believing those things actually help you in anything. Other than just turn into truther hipsters. They're avoiding social stigma.
What's a hipster? What is a hipster? I'm not. Anybody? Is that like a boomer type thing? Is it like an age thing?
Maybe
I thought it was how you wore your jeans.
Is it? Yeah.
Some kind of individualism, maybe, so that you don't fit to the group or whatever.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a bit bad if nobody really knows what it is. I definitely don't know what it is. I definitely don't consider myself as a hipster. Don't even know what it is.
I mean, look, Bev, if you hadn't actually blabbered out the nonsense of the Black Swan is debunked.
I've never blabbered out the nonsense of the Black Swan is debunked. I've said I have a few problems with it, and I've expressed them to lots of people. Anybody wants to come for the conversation? Come on over. I don't normally do it live because obviously people get triggered about stuff, but now it seems that people get triggered about stuff that they've just been told by other people.
Then I probably wouldn't be doing any of this, but that one was just so retarded. And it actually made me hate you. I thought it was disgusting that you did that. Actually disgusting. Like a repulsive, internally demonic pulse that made you do that. Your ego, to be more precise, that you deny exists. Yeah?
It's a bit strong, isn't it? For something about an argument. Really? It's not even Arwin's argument, or is it? Maybe he might be held with the QE's Black Swan. It might be heavily involved in it.
The devil that tells you that he doesn't exist. Yeah, that. I find it quite repulsive. Being a spiritual person and an empath, I have to warn everybody about that. Especially when it gets in my face. Because I don't get in your face, so I barely talk about it. If you're going to get in my face, or indirectly through other people that think that's a good idea, then I will address it. That's what I do.
He's an empath. That's why he has to do it. Somebody else has got in his face about QE's Black Swan argument, and obviously Arwin can't talk about it. He just gets upset about it, and he hates me because of it. But he can't come and talk to me about it. Can't defend the argument. No. He just sit there and bitch about stuff. Professor Phil, but oh, wait a minute. Yeah, right after the Sleeping Warrior, once you get flat level circumference, Professor Phil Bell says, try thinking, everybody knows that flat Earth includes mountains and valleys. It's still referred to as flat Earth. And people who think that the mean elevation of Earth is flat are flat Earthers. That's Professor Phil Bell. He's explaining flat Earthers on Arwin's show in the chat. Arwin's.
Pretty sure he just called Chaiki a flat earther right now.
A lot of them. And I say, I'm just, me, try thinking, says, I'm just a student of the Trivium. I'm here to learn. Like I am. I've never experienced this Arwin thing. I don't know where Arwin's got this from. I want to learn how Arwin has this opinion of me over an argument.
Did he say the mean elevation is 0?
He said
or flat.
He said the mean elevation of Earth. Yeah, wait a minute. It's still referred to as flat Earth, and people who think that the mean elevation of Earth is flat are flat earthers.
Right. Okay.
Like Rumpus. Rumpus said, if you think that points of equal elevation lie on a horizontal, like our elevation profiles, I guess that's what he means by a mean. You know, like if all of the points at equal elevation lie on a horizontal line, if you think that, you're a flat earther. Somebody says, I assume it's understood that flat, level and flat are two different things.
It's not about two different, but flatness is included in level. So this is like part to the whole. And people should not confuse part with the whole. So that's it.
But flat is not included in level as well, though. That's the thing, isn't it?
No, I mean that level is flat.
Yeah.
But not. But flat doesn't mean necessarily level.
Yeah, it's not
Correct.
always level.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, there's another person says, when doing tiles for flooring level and flat, two different worlds. May have been words. I say to Arwin, want to talk about QE's Black Swan? Because he seems upset about it. And then Nathan Oakley says, he says he wants you to teach him, Tony. I just said, I'm a student of the Trivium. I'm here to learn. Nathan Oakley has interpreted that as, he says he wants you to teach him, Tony.
See? It's right there. I mean, this man thinks he can just replace the academy. He can just replace, like, all the academics. He doesn't agree with it. He is a garage band scientist.
Replace the academy? Well, where's the academy? What's that? I wasn't aware I was doing that.
But this language of Nathan Oakley is strange because when Brenda is coming here, or any Glober, or Chaiki even, they are going here to teach us, and they are saying that I'm going to teach you. So now the teacher would be Sleeping Warrior teaching you flat Earth, maybe in the same way as the Globers are teaching the globe. I don't know, but seems strange to me.
Yeah, you've got Nathan Oakley says he says he wants you to teach him, Tony, and then Sleeping Warrior says learning involves listening, Bev. You have 2 ears and 1 mouth. And then he says, once you get level, flat, circumference, again, you have a datum point from which you can then get vertical. Is that agreeable, Bev? Yes or no? And then Nathan Oakley says, so tell him rather than ask. Somebody says the Globers will say level is level with the curve of the Earth. Level is relative. And then Sleeping Warrior says, he doesn't like to listen though, but claims he wants to learn. It's a contradiction in terms. So when I say I'm a student of the Trivium, I'm there to learn. Sleeping Warrior automatically thinks that he can just say anything and you should learn it. It's not the way learning goes. Sleeping Warrior. I don't know what's going on.
Wasn't the Sleeping Warrior supposed to be a flat earther years ago?
Yeah. Well.
And now what is he?
Flat Earth Society, I think.
He's just going to do it in his own way. Like that works. Like it makes sense. Well, everybody will think it's really cool that you're that rebellious. Because Bev does it its own way. It doesn't make any fucking sense, but he is doing it anyway.
Bev's doing it his own way.
Thank you, Arvin.
Yeah, we're just surviving. Like anybody can come round and do whatever they want, really. We're just here to talk. Arwin. There's no big battle. I don't know. I really don't know what's going on.
Yeah, woodworking gunny bear. That's right. But that's, look, the confrontation is the entire point. It's the confrontation that's the point. If you don't confront with, hey, it's flat, then you don't address the conditioning, then you don't awaken them. You're just a blabbering, wannabe intellectual hipster who is too afraid to actually help solve the problem through confrontation, yeah? You know how you snap people out of something? You confront them.
Bev,
what you do...
Can you go back to the start of what Erwin said?
When? Just that.
Just when he started gobbing off now, because I'll tell you what, he actually said everything that was right. It's a confrontation.
Yeah, yeah. That's why I'm there. To try and, like, find what the issue is. I need to know myself.
No, it's not just between you and him. It's between everybody. It's a confrontation, and that's all it's going to be. It's a confrontation throughout the whole of this argument. Yeah. Nothing's going to get sorted out.
Yeah, I would want to know, one, where Arwin's problem is, what he thinks the problem is with us. Because if it's a fact that I'm not saying it's flat, well, I'm not saying it's flat because it's not flat. But like Arwin is right. We're here for the chat, for the conversation, and the only way you can do that is confront someone. You don't have to start fucking bashing them with flat, though. We go. Let's say it again.
Yeah, woodworking gunny bear. That's right. But that's, look, the confrontation is the entire point. It's the confrontation that's the point. If you don't confront with, hey, it's flat, then you don't address the conditioning, then you don't awaken them. You're just a blabbering, wannabe intellectual hipster who is too afraid to actually help solve the problem through confrontation, yeah? You know how you snap people out of something? You confront them. What you do is how to avoid that. Pointless. What did I do? Well, it's not about you. That's the whole point. It's not about you, Bev. What I'm saying is not even about you. It's about what you do.
It's about what we do. Sleeping Warrior says, once you get level flat circumference, and then I say to Sleeping Warrior, again, he puts that thing, and I say, what does it matter what I think, Sleeping Warrior? Why are you so fucking cared? Why does it matter? And then Nathan says, wow. A woodworking gunny bear says, I started out saying flat. It freaked most people out. Now I start with definitely not a globe. Then move to flattish. Then flat. Nice. Nathan Oakley says, you are an important member of the community, Bev. What you think matters. Now that little comment just in the chat will have repercussions, I think, in Arwin's mind a little bit later on. Sleeping Warrior then says, because you contrast level from flat, and the reason you do it is important if you want to learn. Sleeping Warrior, don't think you're going to come round for a chat, but any time you want, come round.
But still, look what he really wrote. Contrast, but in what manner? In which manner? Because in some how to say it, it is not contrasted in every manner, because contrasting flat against level, you can only in orientation. And because the property of the level is flat, so to speak, and of flatness, of course, is to be flat. So this is no contrast between it. So only one contrast you can find is orientation. But Sleeping Warrior seems is not writing about that. So I think that he's trying to put something into you on your behalf, so to speak. I think it's not. It is lawyer's wizardry, I think, in his words, what he is writing.
Well, like I say, I only go with what is, and that doesn't seem... He's put level flat circumference. I mean, that doesn't make any sense, again, at all.
Yes,
one of those words is not like the others. And I know what a lot of people do. They will make allowances for what they think Sleeping Warrior might have meant. Don't do that. Don't ever do that. Because that's how the wizardry works. Make them clarify what they're saying before you answer the question and make up your mind what you think they said.
Yes, because in that ambiguous statements, if someone is reading it and is finding his own interpretation, and he's starting to rely on this interpretation, and this person can make mistake that he will express this interpretation, and the author will deny, will say, I didn't mean that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, circumference is the bit around the outside of the circle. It is a curved line, constant curvature. Level and flat have no curvature. They're not the same at all. Now, I don't know whether Sleeping Warrior is the type of person to purposely deceive people into thinking he's talking about a circle on a horizontal plane. But that's not what he's writing. He's writing circumference, not circle, on a plane.
What did I do? Yeah. Well, why are you asking me what you did when I'm literally telling you what you did? It's on record. I'm telling you what you did. Why do you ask what did I do? Because I literally just told you. Did you forget it? Did you just blank it out? Are you like blanking out now quickly? Are you getting some potential double thinking processes going? Are you ready for the double speak yet? Bev? You ready for the double speak? Gonna ask me questions about exactly what I've been talking about like the second you ask?
I still don't know what I've done to cause Sleeping Warrior to be asking me stupid questions, for Arwin to be reacting like this. I said, what did I do, Arwin? Why so upset about me? That's all I put. And then Sleeping Warrior says, Bev won't answer. Is a better name for you, Bev. Let's try one last time. And then he's going to ask me the circumference thing again.
Is hipster the new hippie? No, it's different. Hipsters are not hippies. Hippies actually have community.
Oh, hippies have a community. Hipsters don't. Yeah, I don't want the community that Arwen's thinking. Don't want it.
Hipsters only have followers.
I don't have any followers. I have people.
Okay, well, Tony, just like to remind you that's not how wrenches are used here, but I agree. He's just being an ass. The point was, though, I wanted to just show what happens when you actually let him be himself in the chat. He starts to act like an ass. Doing exactly how I've described him, exactly what I said. Like an animal performing a trick exactly as trained. That's what Bev does. And that's why I think he's a complete waste of time. You will now get told off by... yeah.
Sleeping Warrior says, I've timed you out for being evasive, Bev. Sleeping Warrior. Sleeping Warrior timed me out for not answering his yes-no question about a circumference level flat. Whether I agree with it.
Because I think maybe he's just making process, and this is Inquisition part, and you didn't fit.
Yeah. Nathan Oakley says, try thinking, because somebody's been asking who try thinking is. Actually, Professor Phil Bell, again, says, try thinking. Just admit you are a flat earther and all will be forgiven. That's Professor Phil Bell, the definitely real professor that hangs around in Arwen's YouTube chats. I mean, who wouldn't be a professor and hanging about in Arwen's YouTube chats?
But still, I think that he got it. He got it, what's going on.
Well, yeah, he's trying to get Bev, label Bev. Everybody go after Bev.
Yeah, so I think that it's very good remark from Phil Bell, because he knows what's going on with this conversation. So, like this, I can science that with Asken or Mobius. I cannot that who had conversations that something will be forgiven, maybe. So
yeah. Okay, so yeah, Constance, I'm not trying to escalate this or anything. I don't know what's going on here. Science works in mysterious ways. I don't, but this needs addressing. This sort of stuff of people been saying things about Bev that Bev never said has been going on for years. They always say not to come round here and listen to whatever we say, but then they talk shit about us, and it's all blatant lies. So, Nathan Oakley says, try thinking is Bev. He runs FE shows. That's Nathan. Nathan Oakley saying, try thinking is Bev. He runs FE shows. I don't know how many of the FE shows that Nathan thinks I run. I really don't know what's going on here. And Constance, I'm with you. I'm not taking any offense from anybody. We're only here to have a chat. That's all it is. Everybody knows, right? I'll talk to anybody. All you've got to do is listen to the people that come in.
Seems like everybody wants you to be flat earther, both globers and flat earthers.
Yeah. But it's a ridiculous position to hold, and I never would, so I can't do it. Sorry, people. I'll just be me, and we'll talk about what we do talk about anyway.
Good afternoon.
Hey, Rob.
Hey, Bev.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for just being Bev.
Thanks. Gets interesting now, though. Sleeping Warrior says, perhaps you could try answering when your timeout comes back. It's not difficult. Nathan Oakley says, he was just timed out, lol. Tony, now we can't see what he said.
Yeah. I'm just trying. I know, Tony. I know that. So am I. But you're not supposed to use... Look, the wrenches here are for you to be able to identify accounts, see whether they're the real one, for identification purposes, for me too, so that I know it's not a sock troll somebody.
Off now for timing me out.
For, like, real, like... Yeah, for actual trolls, people that have just sock accounts and are spamming and shit, because don't time out somebody that's actually having a conversation. Even if they're just being an ass, just leave it to me. Although I was actually about to do that. So that's why I'm not just super pissed off at you right now. Because he's just being super annoying.
Sleeping Warrior says, I'm just tried of his evasiveness, Nathan. And Nathan says, yes, Bev triggered you, bless. Don't trigger him by not answering his stupid question.
Yeah, but it's Bev, Tony. Besides, how is he going to answer your question if you can't talk for 5 minutes? It's Bev, so he's not gonna answer. Bev is an important part. Excuse me, speak for yourself, Nathan. Not part of my community.
See, here we go.
He literally denounces the very foundational word.
This is the community. Nathan says Bev is an important part of the community. I mean, there is no community, if nobody knows. Whatever they're talking about, the community, there is no community.
By the way, I've heard from Nathan that he was just rejecting that there is flat Earth community, and he doesn't belong to any community. He's just individual, and he is flat earther, but not community, and he doesn't like to speak about communities in flat Earth arena.
Mm-hmm.
So, strange shift.
Yeah, it is. Definitely. Because, yeah, there is no community. We have a group of people around here, but we just keep to ourselves. Obviously, and that's a reason you're going to find out why we have to keep to ourselves. We've got people like Nathan talking about community. Now, that community is sort of a, what do you call it, a dog whistle, is it?
How is that a part of our community?
Here we go. Our community is saying now.
Weird. That's like saying like your gothic SJW communist revolutionary kid is part of the family when they're obviously not part of the family and they hate you and they like walked away from it. It's like, no, he isn't.
So do you want to see how he compares me? I don't know. See,
you are banished.
Yeah, this is how Arwin thinks of me within a family.
That's like weird. That's like saying like your gothic SJW communist revolutionary kid is part of the family when they're obviously not part of the family and they hate you and they like walked away from it. It's like, no, he isn't.
If it's your kid, Arwin, I'm guessing Arwin doesn't have any children. But yes, they are part of the family, Arwin. But yeah, I will admit, I'm not part of Arwin's community. Yes.
He literally spends hours and hours and hours arguing that you shouldn't call it flat Earth. I'm sorry. How is he?
I don't. Do not literally spend hours and hours and hours arguing why you should not call it flat Earth. All I ever do is ask a flat earther how they deal with the contradiction. That's it. I don't argue about it. It's not really worth arguing about. Because I know I
What
have
contradiction?
An argument. What contradiction?
I'm just trying to play the flat earther. Because that's what they'll say. What do you mean it's not flat? And then totally forget about the hills, mountains, and valleys and topography. But, you know, I'm still a flat earther.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. You say it's not flat. Like, you know, the contradiction's broke. You just like the name.
Yeah, I just like the name.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's
There's
not
nothing
flat.
wrong with that. Yeah.
Yeah. You got them all triggered to fuck.
I don't know what for though.
Because you won't admit that you're a flat earther.
But I'm not a flat earther. I mean, it's pretty easy to work that one out. I'm guessing we all have our own different ways of doing whatever we're doing. Just live in reality.
Is he a part of our community of flat earthers, Nathan? Why would he come back? Well, he got banned yesterday, Nathan, and he came back anyway.
I didn't know I got banned.
So I don't think timing him out is going to actually repel him. What the fuck are you saying, Jado? What the fuck are you saying? Dude, you're grossing me out. What the fuck are you saying, Jado? Can't be serious.
Sleeping, both important people in our communities with Nathan.
Look, Tony, if you want him to answer you, then don't time him out. Remind you of Ranty? Yeah. He does with me.
He's got this one here. Sleeping Warrior says, then it's better he doesn't come back. Evasiveness is dishonest. Better off without him if he won't try answering. This is Sleeping Warrior in the chat of Arwin. I might remind you.
These words are like, it reminds me like old communistic times. This language, just the same.
Yeah, I don't get it. But this is Sleeping Warrior in Arwin's chat, and I don't know how Arwin normally runs his chat. And we have people in here talking. It seems like Arwin might have people in his chat that co-host it with him. I don't know. Yeah, who's that? Skeptic, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Basically, right? Don't you think that like we're just stuck in semantics, flat level? They're just words.
Yeah.
They mean the same thing.
But yeah, but with the Trivium, it shows you how important these words are. If you're gonna have a communication with people, you have to have an understanding of what these words are. And to me, flat is not an orientation. You can have flat in any orientation, whereas level only comes in one orientation.
That would be horizontal.
Yeah. And it's a plane as well. You know, like the flat is a visual surface.
Not necessarily. Like, it can be used like as a synonymous word to the word level, right? It's not necessarily visual, right? It could be conceptual flat. If it can have a conceptual plane, flat plane.
Yeah. A plane would be 2D, and flat would be as close as you can get to 2D in reality. visual surface, because everything's 3D. You can't really have the geometric plane. You can establish planes in reality. You can establish flat in reality. But
so what would you say was level in reality then?
The horizon.
yeah, horizontal. Canal. Water. That's where you get your understanding of horizontal from. Reality. You don't get it from anywhere else. Everybody knows what horizontal is because, you know, like that's the orientation you walk in. You can see it. Flat, like a pane of glass in the window, is flat, isn't it? It's not level, but it is flat.
Like the visual horizon is flat.
Mm-hmm. Especially
I
over
mean, the
water, the
visual
true
horizon.
horizon.
Only over water.
Yeah. I mean, for me, just at the end of the day, just a matter of semantics. It's just, there's no, I mean, just don't get it, honestly, why we, but why we are so pedantic about, like,
Why?
this
Who's
on the,
so pedantic about it?
like us, like, just level, flat. For me, like, it's conceptual, right?
Yeah.
All of us, basically, right?
Yeah, but like
Even
I say, me personally, we talk to
right?
people. I can't take that position because it's not. I have a proof. It's not flat.
It just at the end of the day, that's a word, mate. Just it's level, it's synonymous to flat, right? Just look at the dictionary, basically. Like, same thing. You can use them interchangeably, right? You can use flat, you can use level, you can use.
No.
Do you level a wall?
Yeah, you don't use it like that. It's not like that in the dictionary. Level, it says flat to let you know what level is, right? Flat, horizontal, and whatever else it gives you, right? All of those things go together to make level. It doesn't mean level is the same as flat.
Flatness is part of being level, but not vice versa. You cannot say that you can say that every level is flat, but you cannot say that every flat is level. Simple. This is logic square.
Yeah, it's not a semantic thing. Square. It's a, semantics for the meanings of words, yes, but not like semantics like it's meant to be. Well, it's generated that. Oh, it's a semantic argument. It's not a semantic argument.
Logic argument.
Yeah, you can't have a semantic argument. That'd be silly. You'd want to define the terms through the semantics first. Have the understanding of the meanings of the words, then you can put them together. Anyway.
As well. Guns never own. Well, Nathan, I'm sorry, but your designation is simply incorrect. I mean, hey, yeah, flat earthers may hang around Bev and all that, and he may have his own platform, and people might actually be halfway interested in what his hipster lord has to say. Okay? He's not part of our community. He literally denounces it.
I don't denounce it. People like Arwin move me away. They get upset at me saying it's not flat.
He denounces our arguments. He denounces our name, Nathan Oakley. He literally denounces us. Do you understand? He is not part of our community. He literally
You should ask him to show us where it's flat.
Arwin's getting far too upset. He doesn't want me in his community, yet he's upset that... I don't know. He's upset that I've gone over to find out why he's upset. And now he's upset that...
This is the fundamental arguments, and he denounces the name, not part of the community.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What part of the community do you want to...
Nathan Oakley's doing it, like you said to Sleeping Warrior before. Nathan's doing it because he knows Arwin will wind Darwin up. That's why he mentioned community. I think, I hope I'm wrong, but it may be that these people are winding Arwin up just for something to do. I wouldn't do this to anybody in this Discord server. And I don't know about the people in the chat, whether they'd be trying to influence me, but I think everybody in the chat here would know that I don't really look at the chat that much myself. Every now and again I'll have a bit of a... But I don't think any of those people in the chat would try and influence me in anything. Looks like somebody's trying to influence Arwin to wind Arwin up, because they know, I think... I've not watched most of him, but it seems like what they're saying in the chat is making Arwin react like this.
To community, which includes like another 100 million retards.
Let's see that again.
Arguments. He denounces our name, Nathan Oakley. He literally denounces us. Do you understand? He is not part of our community. He literally denounces the fundamental arguments. And he denounces the name. Not part of the community. I mean,
Arwin gets wound up when he gets hungry, and
like
also when he's
100 million retards.
Yeah,
lacking...
Which fundamental argument do you discount?
It's not flat. I think they have an argument that it's flat. I don't know. Like I haven't got a clue what he's talking about. That's why I'd like to have a word with him. I don't know who's told him what, or I haven't got a clue. I want to hear this with 100 million retards. I don't know who that was.
100 million retards. Part of our community. He literally denounces the fundamental arguments, and he denounces the name. Not part of the community. I mean, unless you mean the YouTube community, which includes like another 100 million retards.
Oh, just the YouTube community. Way to go, Arwin. Stick with your YouTube community together. Like us creators, gotta stick together. Sub to Arwin and the other 100 million retards that he thinks belong on YouTube. They're not. People on YouTube aren't. I don't agree with Arwin on that fact. Not fact. On Arwin's opinion.
He's not the flat earth community, Nathan. He isn't. Give it up.
Arwin's not going to let me in the flat earth community anyway, so it's all right. I'm okay. I'll be all right over here. I was saying that, Constance. I mean, this... Why would you want to be in this community? Why would anybody want to be in this?
Yeah, we can't have you a part of the flat earth. Because it's not flat.
Arwin, you want to see what he goes on to do. I'm not going to promote it, but anybody wants to go and see, just go and click on Arwin's show, put it near the end, and see what he's talking about. That's the sort of community that he thinks. It's crazy.
No, the show is not about opinions, Gadget Inspector. This show is not about opinions. Where the hell did you even get that?
I put, I'm an individual, as we all are.
Okay, fair enough, Woodworking Gunny Bear. But, yeah, technically, he's an anti-flat earther. Well, look, if you want to classify Bev as an anti-flat earther just like a Kumo virus, I'd be okay with that. I mean, he literally denounces the name and says the, like, core arguments are debunked. Yeah, that's pretty anti-flat earth, so I agree. Bev is kind of like a Kumo virus. In that sense, he is part of the community, as in the people we sort of hang around with. He's not a flat earther. He's not part of the flat earth community. He literally denounces it. Stop saying he's part of the community. He is not.
He's upset, isn't he?
Yeah, I like flat earthers. Yes, yeah. That's what Professor Phil Bell also says. Yeah, he likes flat earthers too. And the Kumo virus also.
Professor Phil Bell is role-playing a professor. Professor Phil Bell, the role-playing professor, will say whatever he needs to be able to engage with people in his role play. I don't know how many other people enable his professor role play. I don't engage in that. If that's the sort of stuff that goes on in the flat earth community, where you have a load of role players and you give them professorships to imagine.
Loves talking to people, and he's so interested in talking to flat earth. We know, Bev. We know.
I say I like flat earthers. I like all people.
Push out of my community. Because you say absolute horse shit. Yeah?
There we go.
You have like a severe social derangement in plain sight. How can I cannot accept deranged people in my circle like that. I have enough deranged people that stalk.
I think he's projecting now.
Okay? You don't have room for friendly deranged people because they suck. You suck. You're always trying to push your bullshit.
What bullshit am I trying to push?
Yeah, that's
Come on,
my
Arwen.
question.
That's
my question. What's your bullshit, Bev?
I don't know.
Level is horizontal, not flat.
I don't know. I literally don't know because we don't really. We just. We're just a group of people. Come along, come and have a chat, come and have a listen. See what we talk about. Mostly joking about stuff. This, what we do here in these live shows, is nothing like what occurs out there back in the Discord when we're not live. This is a live show that we put on every night. Yeah, they're real people. Everybody here is a real person. No role players that I know of. I think it's a bit tough to be able to role play in this group of people. But if you don't want to come and chat, that's fair enough. But don't chat shit about us. Act like you should be confronting people, but then just do it from behind a thing. I mean, loads of people have been and had a chat. Nathan's been over, had a chat. Just come and have a chat. It's easy to get all of this stuff done. No drama needed. Just come for a chat. Work all your problems out. I don't have any problems with Arwen. Still don't. Come
Your
and have
way.
a chat.
I'm not going to do it your way. I think it's bullshit. It's a waste of time, and you're an annoying hipster. That's what I really think. That's my opinion. An opinion that I can elaborately argue and that I have.
He's afraid you'll convince him that it's not flat.
He can elaborately argue the fact that I'm a hipster. which I'd like to do that one because I haven't got a fucking clue what a hipster is. Now, Arwin could probably even make that up and argue
you have a
for it if
goatee.
he wants.
Do you have a man bun?
I don't.
Do you even know what a man bun is? Hipsters have man buns.
Do they?
Yeah.
Like Arwin, like long hair with a little tie up at the back.
You know what I call those? She males, beta males, gamma males. Pick your choice.
No, I'm a carer. I don't have that much money. I've got one of them things that you just buzz your head. Cost me about 15 quid. It's done me about 30 haircuts so far.
The Black Swan is debunked. Have no room here.
Black Swan is debunked. I mean, he keeps going on about this. I really want to have a conversation about the Black Swan. Anybody wants to come round, it's logic. We live for that sort of stuff. It's one of the best ones to talk about. Any logical arguments, come over. This is where all of the arguments are.
Yeah, I've kicked trolls out for even saying things like that. Yeah. So, yeah.
It's touchy about the Black Swan.
It's just I don't accept.
QE's Black Swan.
Done.
Not just Black Swans.
Yeah, okay, 5 roads, but it's a good point. But to be fair, so does Jim Bob. Well, no, that's actually not true. Jim Bob has actually sort of kicked Brenda out as well. So yeah, good point.
The Sleeping Warrior is asking the same questions again. I'm just ignoring him because it's a stupid question.
Robert,
Nathan's saying, "Can
Bev.
we
You don't
cuddle?
Have to tell him nobody
I
can
love
change
you,
his mind."
Bev.
Look, I know all about stubborn resistance, okay? I mean, I've had to do that with the freaking holographic nature of the Celestials, and it's still ongoing, starting 6 years ago, okay? I know what it is to be like an odd one out, always holding on to their own ways. Nobody understands them, yeah? Nobody can actually really elaborately argue it, and I have, and everybody has caught up to it, for real, in actual modeling, in actual understanding, not just a bunch of nonsense semantics, not just the new mechanical SJW, more politically correct way of talking about flat Earth. I mean, horse shit, dude. Everything that comes out to you is horse shit. We don't need that crap.
Doesn't he get upset?
What the hell, man? Seriously, you got issues, bro.
Sleeping Warrior says, Bev, try answering. Won't answer simple questions, but expects us to listen to him when he claims he is here to learn and is a student of the Trivium. Nah, it's just lying, Bev, says Sleeping Warrior, after asking me the stupid fucking ridiculous question with level, flat, / circumference. Fucking... Flat Earth Sage says, people who say Black Swan is debunked don't understand it and clearly haven't taken the time to properly learn it. Like, you have to learn the Black Swan. I don't think that's the way it works. You don't learn. But if anybody wants to come and have a discussion about the Black Swan, then please feel free to. And Nathan, I don't know what was going on here. Nathan says, when did you seek Bev's counsel, Tony? And then Nathan Oakley also says, with an arrow pointing to himself, total wanker, not backing Tony, my mate, one bit.
People already have retarded tendencies by their own. They don't need this bullshit inserted in them as well. Okay? They don't need semantical alterations. You need to understand it exactly as is. The original words mean everything. So much understanding is revealed by using the words.
Sounds like you'd do well at the Trivium, I think. Understanding of the words. I don't get this. And Sleeping Warrior's back to the same things. And then I said, here, can you argue for a misnomer?
Oh, shit.
No, Constance,
Ooh,
I can't
sucks.
remember this.
I hope that works out. Damn. Ew. You missed this? Yeah, usually, like, the last half hour always gets very animated in my show, Nathan. It's also the time when all the trolls just start lining up. It's like Arwin show, the last half hour is like the first stop for all the trolls to, like, get a drink before they just dive onto your show. No fiber oats. It's not computer. Yeah, that's right, Tony. He is an anti-flat earther. I totally agree. Let's just put it together. He's an anti-flat earther, pretending to be a flat earther. Except if you actually ask about it, you say, no, no. Sounds like an anti-flat earther to me.
Did you hear that? Like, how confused is this man? Now, me, Bev, is an anti-flat earther pretending to be a flat earther. But really just an anti-flat earther. I'm so confused. State of mind. Who a guy must be in.
Okay, yeah, you can fuck off now, Gadget. I really don't want to see you again. You just suck, man.
See, there's Gadget gone again. He must ban people every day. Unban them. It's be a regular thing.
He's a closet glober? Yeah, but that doesn't really work. It's anti-flat earther. You can't really become a glober again.
Sleeping Warrior starts getting a little bit weird now. Sleeping Warrior here, this is where it gets really weird. Sleeping Warrior says, Bev just redefines anti-flat earther to be a student of the Trivium.
That, Nathan, is why Bev is not a part of our community. Unless you want to classify him in the same category as a Kumu virus. Who, by the way, I think is a lot less annoying than him. And that's saying something.
So, yeah. Look. I know there's a load of people and there's a community out there that obviously doesn't want me in it. And that's fair enough. I would like to have a word with Arwin to work out what the hell it is. But in the chat here on the side, Sleeping Warrior says, Bev just redefines anti-flat earther to be a student of the Trivium. Sleeping Warrior, again, you are anti-answering simple questions, Bev. Bev is a closet glober. Nathan Oakley says, Tony on fire. Puts a little lit thing. Nathan Oakley, very amusing. And then I put, I was never a flat earther. Earther isn't even a word. Sleeping Warrior. They are not even trick questions, just simple ones to get a common basis to discuss the basics. How can you be a student of anything if you evade the simple questions? Sleeping Warrior. Sleeping Warrior can come round and have a chat anytime as well if he thinks it's needed.
Okay, Woodworking Gunny Bear, interesting question. The answer is no. Just because the angles of the celestials might seem to line up in some type of way that would suggest that the origin points of the light are in exact locations in Euclidean space, doesn't mean that they actually are. You would have to confirm that by approaching that point in space and attempt to, and then, well, measure the required signs, like radiation heat, for example, with the sun, angular size increase that would directly tell you that it is an approach of an object, because that happens when you do that. All these factors, right? And it would have to turn out to actually be there. Well, it isn't.
Right, and this is where we start getting down to it. See, that earlier when I was on about you've got to be careful about whether you pick up arguments from people. That guy who he's just answered there says, can two people at known points on opposite sides of the sun use sextant measurements to get known angles and base length of a triangle? Can you get two people on opposite sides of the sun with sextants? What a stupid argument. Arwin answered it like, yeah, you can. Oh, no, you can't. Nathan Oakley says, you know we measured Earth as a plane, right, Bev? No, I don't. It's not a plane. I'd find it hard if they did measure it as a plane. Nathan Oakley then says, pretty sure the answer is yes. Good enough for me. So he's asked the question and then answered it. Sleeping Warrior says, correct. The Earth is measured by planar surveyors as flat.
Isn't that a bit backwards? It's measured as a plane, but in actuality, you use the tools that establish a plane to measure elevation change.
Yeah.
That's backwards anyway.
Yeah, they've got, yeah. Yeah, I don't know, like there's some misunderstanding, because how could you measure it flat? There would be no measurement to make. It would be flat. There is no vertical measurement to make. It's ridiculous. But hey, they've got their argument, and I don't know what it is exactly. But yeah, I'm with you, Buster. But Sleeping Warrior agrees with Nathan Oakley. Correct. The Earth is measured by planar surveyors as flat.
Why not?
Yeah, that's good. And then Nathan Oakley says, flat earther, with inverted commas, has baggage. I put, it's an indefensible position to hold. I'd never go into a debate with a misnomer as my main position.
See, he's just ad homing right now. He's just straw manning the shit. I mean, hey, Bev, try thinking. How are you being different from Wits It Gets It now? How are you?
See, I don't know. Like, he just said that's an ad hom. When I say it's an indefensible position to hold, I'd never go into debate with a misnomer as my main position. That, Arwin, is not an ad hom. It's not.
You being different. In the end, only thing he was doing is just whining, oh, you're straw manning. You're not even saying anything anymore. just throwing out stupid accusations and don't do anything now.
I put there. Evasiveness is a misnomer, Bev, says Sleeping Warrior. Does that even mean anything? Does that mean anything? If you say flat Earth is a misnomer, obviously that means something. Evasiveness is a misnomer. I'm not too sure. I don't know. That would need explaining. I say it's an indefensible position to hold. I'd never go into the debate with a misnomer as my main position. Nathan Oakley says, what is your position? I say down here, my position is that I have proof that level is horizontal. Listen to this.
Wow. Amazing. See, he thinks he's super special. I mean, dude, you can prove that the level is horizontal. That makes him the ultimate special boy. You don't need anything else. This is core. This is his religion. I mean, he can prove that the horizontal is level. I mean, holy shit, man. That's like wizardry or something. Holy shit, man. He's the keeper of the great secret of being able to prove that horizontal is level. I mean, what more information do you need? Now you know everything because you understand that. Yeah? And you think that I'm exaggerating? Well, welcome to Bev, people. He literally spends hours and hours and hours arguing exactly this.
Exactly what? Exactly what, Arwin?
A giant waste of time. All right, so please donate to my PayPal, by the way, because I don't know what the hell Bev does, or he's probably too proud, because he doesn't have an ego, right? So that typically happens, that you're too proud if you don't have an ego. But yeah, I definitely need money, especially because of the Dutch energy calamity that has reached my doors. No idea how I'm going to pull through this, seriously. I am in trouble financially, so I could really use PayPal donations on the short run even, because yeah, I still also need money for food. So please donate to my PayPal, that would be great. Sign up with my Patreon as well.
Or go and get yourself a job.
I don't want to get to that. I still keep with the argument here in the chat. Somebody says, in flooring industry, level versus flat, two different, he put worlds, but I think he means words. I put, all points on an equal elevation are placed upon a horizontal plane. Nathan Oakley says, flat. Having a level surface without raised areas or indentations, from Oxford Dictionary. It's on the definition. Maybe meant in. Orinoco Womble says, if you put up a shelf at an angle...
Wait. Can we back up to the Nathan quote? Can you just reread that Nathan quote, and then I have something to say afterwards.
It's got flat in inverted commas, which normally, I don't know whether that is in dictionaries. Flat, inverted commas, having a level surface without raised areas or indentations, from Oxford Dictionary. It's on the definition.
Yeah. Show me one place on Earth that is like that.
It's all flats. Ish.
But
I don't know. It's got it in inverted commas, and I don't know what that means. Normally it means not, doesn't it? If you put
or they're
something
quoting somebody.
Well,
Yeah.
but there is
Yeah.
no name there. Somebody's just saying
Right.
flat. That doesn't make any
Yeah.
sense. Yeah. Somebody says, if you put up a shelf at an angle, is it flat? Yes. Is it level? No. And then I say, shown by all elevation profiles ever.
Ever.
Every single elevation profile ever done shows a horizontal, all points of equal elevation on a horizontal line.
Laying it out how it is, and who is, and what they're doing. Right, because if you don't, I'm going to go hungry, and then at some point I'm just not going to come online anymore.
Uh-oh. Nathan Oakley says flat is having a level surface.
And a lot of it is out of my hands, because I do not have control over the energy pricings here. It is getting to Zimbabwe levels. Although, yeah, it's not the same thing, of course, because it was like printing that did it there. But the energy, like, our government has cut us off. Like,
yeah, Nathan Oakley says flat is having a level surface. I don't know what that means. Maybe olden days, possibly. The only thing that they had that they could say is flat would be like a canal, water, and so therefore it would be in the orientation of horizontal. But flat is not having a level surface, because glass vertically is flat, and that's not a level surface if it's vertical.
literally cut us off energy, so that there's just not energy anymore, and it's so sparse that it's gone up in price 5 to 10 times. That includes industry. This is a giant calamity.
I hope
if there is not some kind of resolve one way or another, with bloodshed if necessary. Because yeah.
Arwin starts doing this sort of stuff, and I don't want it. I don't want it on my channel.
It's going to be that, or government functionaries are. They just said, you just don't get food anymore.
Right, okay, that's the end of the Arwin thing, because trust me, that community that Arwin's in,
he's about to spiral.
Don't want to be part of that community, right? You literally don't. If there is anybody that's going to bring down a community, it's somebody like Arwin in the state he's in at the minute. And if people are there winding him up and encouraging him, paying him money when he does that, and he gets even worse when he gets a little bit of money. Professor Phil Bell gave him some money, and you want to see what he ended up doing. So yeah, it's up to Arwin if you want to watch. I don't know, like I don't know what I would like to see where he's heard what he's heard, because I don't know. I'd like to see if we can sort it out before it escalates. There is no animosity there, Arwin. I just say it's not flat because it's observably not flat. Now, whether other people have some sort of a different idea of what flat is, then you'll have to let us know. I'd watch what you're doing there, Gadget, even when you're writing that. They'll have you. they seem to track all of that sort of stuff, but they don't seem to bother about certain people. If anybody knows Arwin and they know how to help him, I'd suggest doing so, because I mean, he did say some really strange things. You don't really want to be hearing that sort of stuff. I wouldn't like to hear anybody in here saying that sort of stuff. I would definitely be trying to have a conversation with them, work out what's going on. So please, if anybody knows Arwin, let's get it sorted out, have a conversation, work out what's going on, what the problems are. I'm not going to be a flat earther. And the earth is not flat. Unless you've got a different... if you want to play a semantic game, where I mean semantics, and literally change the meaning of flat to fit in with what you want it to mean, then you can play a semantic game as much as you want. But me, I'll stick to the normal definition of flat. And say that I think the community that Arwin's in has been handed a misnomer. And it's upsetting to see that the misnomer. Yeah, RH Gadget would be on the list, not Arwin. That's the way it works. Yeah, I would say as well, to Arwin, it doesn't seem like you're having a good time. And I know these times are hard at the minute, and it's going to get even harder with whatever they're doing. But there's no need to, fuel the fire. A lot of people seem to want to point fingers at other people. Everyone should be keen on themselves, really. That's the person that you've got to make sure that's okay. Level bastard. Are you sure you'd be allowed back? Do you all... I don't know how it works. I've only been new to it since I got told that he was talking about me. Do you normally get banned every day and then he releases you from the ban list so you can go back again? Is that how it works? And do you guys enable him by keep going back again so he can ban you again and get his power trip from banning you? Okay. I'm sorry we had to go through that, people. I don't want the drama, but I think we have to come to the facts that I think the drama's coming. Other people need the drama. I prefer to stick to topics and stuff. Personally, I've got a few tests that I'd like to set up and get done for next year. But we're only a small group of people, and we like to do small tests, and we have done tests already. So I think we will end up reliving the tests that we've already done, because I think there's a lot of people that don't know what we've done already, where we've been, and the reason that we have done the tests. I know Chaiki and people like that have been putting pictures out there with a complete misunderstanding of what the actual tests were. One of the tests that I initially said for a laugh to everybody was like, I bet I could get underneath the horizon in an auto level scope. And we've done it. And there's a proof there, an optical proof, to prove it's not a globe. It's impossible for it to be a globe. And it does go to show exactly how the optics work, the compression, horizontal. There's loads of stuff we've done. In fact, we've done everything dead right in our testing of the equipment and the Discord channel and putting the camera on the level and broadcasting that into Discord. Shows what we can do and what we can give to people to actually see for themselves. A better view than a surveyor would have from the comfort of your living room. We go out there, do the stuff, put the stuff on the level, and then pipe that into Discord. Discord's the perfect platform for doing this sort of stuff. Live testing. We've done it. It works. We've been to Bedford levels. Put the camera on the auto level and broadcast it into this Discord channel again. Rumpus hasn't done any of this sort of stuff. We have. Been out on the beach doing optic tests with auto levels, showing people how stadia hairs work, show you what the operating range and why the operating range of these tools are like they are. We'll be doing way more of that next year. Just check with Buster. Buster, you I'm going to end up closing it up.
I'm kind of speechless. I don't know. What do you end with on that?
I don't know. Are you up for doing it? Yeah. If you don't, I've got other.
I mean, I can do a song, but I just don't have any inspiration after that. I don't know.
Oh, was it Arwen's Dranger?
Well, I mean, yeah, I guess.
Yeah. I don't know. Just any old song that you want to practice. If that's the way you want to do it, then
let me. I got one. I think we'll try it.
Okay. How long do you need?
Just a minute or two to tune it to my guitar.
Sweet.
All right, I actually catch it live this time.
Yeah. World famous Buster live shouting out.
Yeah, no, I've been watching them after the fact.
That one last night was
went
brilliant,
live.
wasn't it? Did you hear that one last night?
No, I missed it yesterday.
Go back and listen to
I went back onto Buster's channel. I was watching the ones on Buster's channel.
He didn't go live on his channel, but he did do a live one last night. And anybody, I'm not just touting it for the show. It was.
They're always great.
Brilliant. Yeah. But this one's Buster's new song.
Sweet.
Yeah, that one last night, like that's the first time I played it all the way through. I think I gave like a sneak peek at it like a few weeks ago, but that was the first time I played it all the way through. Okay, let's try it. You ready? This is it?
Okay, yeah. Shout out. Wait a minute. Tomorrow, Euclid night. Not really got a clue what we're doing. This is we're freestyling this mostly nowadays. Join us tomorrow. We will be going over something to do with Euclid. World famous Buster is about to end out the show for us, so See you tomorrow.
All right, let's see if I get this right. Sorry.
Double think clouds your mind. If you walk that road, you'll be left behind, like swaying branches in the air, lost in confusion, filled with despair. Arguments and fallacies taken from the book of lies and deceit. There are those who will never see the gift of Logos that was given to me. And I know how water flows, and I know what level shows, and you'll be wasting your time and mine if you want to change what's been defined. I know what I know. I know what I know. You don't know what you don't know. It's a 2D paradox. When dealing with surfaces you forgot, it's building a framework for your thoughts. But a stolen concept is all you've brought. And I know how water flows, and I know what level shows, and you'll be wasting your time and mine if you wanna change what's been defined. I know what I know. I know what I know. You don't know what you don't know. And I know how water flows, and I know what level shows, and you'll be wasting your time and mine if you want to change what's been defined.